Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Today we are going to be doing a 3v3v3 in Divergences. All the teams have been set up. They are ready to draft, and I think we'll just get into it. So we will join into the Diplo chat so that everyone can see what's going on. Overlay Diplo. Perfect. Someone's internet was spotty, so we did have a little bit of trouble. Good morning, everyone. We will be starting now, so let's get into it. Okay, you can start drafting. I think to the side we will have a tier list here that I had made up, but I'm really not sure about the power rankings at this point in time. But this is how we have kind of put it in. We have Team Strawberry, aka Team 1, drafting Burgundy to start. So let's put them in on the Excel spreadsheet here. And rankings, Burgundy. So Burgundy seems like a very, very solid pick here. I think that they're the first pick. I think that I don't think it's all that close, but a lot of people disagree with me here on this one, and so this is going to be an interesting one. Burgundy, in particular, has the strongest military at game start. They also have extraordinarily good technology, and they have really solid eco and population, such that growth is really easy. But the ability to just dictate the early kind of terms of the game and being very, very flexible is super nice. And so we will see Burgundy here on Team 1. The draft order is going to be a little bit weird. It is going to be 1, 2, 3, 3. Yeah, let's pull it up here. The draft order is 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1. Someone's Wi-Fi is bugging out. That's not ideal. That generally makes playing harder. How's it going, Nikes fan and Twisted Draco? Good to have you guys in here for this draft. We will also put Burgundy in on the score chart. But I think Burgundy is, not only is it, I think, just like one of the best picks, it's like also just very solid in a lot of different, here, they don't need to pick it in game. And that is, of course, the teams are named after ice cream flavors. We did strawberry, chocolate, vanilla. I believe that next time we might do, of course, pistachio, cherry, and chocolate. What is going on with the map? What is going on with the map is we are playing the Divergences mod. And in the Divergences mod, all of history has been changed. And there's a whole different start. And it is a mod that is much more balanced for multiplayer. And so the power level of all the countries is greatly, it's like much more flat and much more even. And so this is kind of the setup here we have like different setup in Europe. In particular, the Holy Roman Empire never found. Dual monarchy is spooky, but they have some negative events, this type of stuff. Yeah, Burgundy is a very solid choice. One of the things I like about Burgundy so much is it's very flexible. I think that in vanilla, I like Qing I think Qing is probably the first pick. And I know a lot of people disagree with me, but here we have both Jing and Qing, and so you could get a Qing-like pick with a greater degree of consistency because there's two of them. And they go with Jing here on Team 2. Team 2 has drafted Jing, which is going to be, I think this is a very reasonable first pick as well. I know I have it off to the side here as not close to first, but I think that what you get with Jing is an enormous potential for GDP growth. And when I made this video, kind of detailing this tier list, in my mind it was, I thought I could be horribly wrong on this really big countries, because not only is like, okay, China's cut in half, but almost every country, every GP is cut in half, and so someone's in the hotspot. And so not only is everyone like cut in half, the fact that you're cut in half with Jing is like much less of a thing, and you have much better, you have these return state CBs on all of China, which is going to allow you to kind of have a low infamy expansion relatively easier. Did Ottoman power ranking take into account that easy access to Iraq and the minting mosque? Yes, it did. So they get a whole bunch from minting, but you have to like consider it like relative to someone like Spain. So let's take a closer look at these two countries in game. So the Ottomans have access to 3 minting buildings. They have a minting building in Jerusalem. They have a subject in Mecca that gets a minting building, so it's 5k, 5k, and then there's a 2k one in Iraq. And so this is a total of 12k, but Spain is getting 12k from subjects just kind of off the bat. And so, you know, I still think Spain is going to be a bigger pick. Also, Spain has the potential to form Iberia, and I think that this is pretty substantive as well, because if you form, all right, we got several picks coming in. We get dual monarchy and Belgian Confederation, and then Bohemia again for pick 1. So let's kind of come back into it. But I think that... Here, my brain is like melting a little bit. So they get dual monarchy and Belgian Confederation, and then team 1 comes back around and they pick up Bohemia. So we are going to get all those into the scoring system because everyone's a little bit different. Dual monarchy in particular is the combination of both the UK and of they're the combination of the UK and France, but they have significant challenges that can often like kind of almost brick them, and so this is going to be kind of a little bit of a spooky start. The Belgian Confederation, not to be confused with Belgian in the other tab, is going to be is in the Americas here. And they can form Arcadia, which is, you know, all of Eastern America, which is going to be pretty good formable that you can make in order to gain a lot of GDP. And it's going to be unlikely that anyone is going to interfere with them. Bohemia has the chance to form both the Holy Roman Empire and the Danubian Conference, or something like this. I forget exactly what it's called. And they are going to be quite strong as well. But they are landlocked. They are one of the only countries that starts with skirmish infantry, which is a significant advantage, but you can't really bring it to bear, you know, when you are landlocked in particular. And so this is going to be a challenge, especially if they don't have access to Scandinavia, but they have the teammate in Burgundy, which is going to be quite strong and enable them to, you know, kind of do this. We will come back to the chat and see how things have gone. Bohemia, we get Scandinavia for team 2, which is going to be, it's going to present challenges to Bohemia. Scandinavia notably does have the highest literacy rate at the start of the game, so they can actually get more ahead on tech than anyone else if they are, you know, aggressive about pushing that. And so Scandinavia, they also have a GDP that's significantly bigger than Bohemia, but it is going to be, it is bigger than Bohemia, but it is, their population is roughly the same. And so I think that Bohemia has, you know, more potential for growth. And then Scandinavia has been picked, and then let's see who's next. We see truck. I'm not sure what the truck spam is about, but that's fine. But Scandinavia is going to be a very, very solid pick. They are also one of those people with skirmish infantry. Divergences was, yeah, it was originally created to be a multiplayer mod, and then they made the lore to make it make sense. Does the Ottoman power ranking take into account? Yeah, we already discussed that, and so we are going to be... I don't know if the car is supposed to be a pick. It is a little bit spammy, but now we have on the clock, let's double check who is currently picking in the pick order, which of course is obviously convoluted if I don't even know who's picking. But second, Team 2 just picked. I think they have their final pick here. Team 2 still is on the clock then after the Scandinavia pick. I believe. Let's double check a couple things. Yeah, they should be on the clock, so we'll let them know. Team 2 is still up with another pick. Okay. They also have our last minute join. Obviously, you are not allowed to watch the stream, so if you're watching the stream and playing in this game, please mute and put it in the background. They need a little bit more time, though, because they haven't discussed as much with their team, which of course gives us a time. How about a time? It gives us some time to kind of discuss the teams as they are, already kind of put in. So currently we have Burgundy and Bohemia together, which I think is quite strong because Bohemia faces a little bit of challenges getting out, and they have to get through Scandinavia. But when you have Burgundy already off the bat with that, you can kind of finagle your way out, I think. Then we have Jing in Scandinavia, which is going to have enormous growth potential. You already have the skirmish infantry from Jing, and so this will be interesting. We have dual monarchy in Belgium. Belgium, again, can form the Arcadian Union, and dual monarchy, if you could prevent them from schisming, they have an enormous GDP and 50 million European pops. Compare this to the most populous country of 162 million. This is really significant. This is a lot of population that you are getting. And so, all of these teams look pretty solid. I'm a little bit surprised to see Japan go so late. And so I'm expecting, of the picks that are remaining, I'm expecting someone to pick up Qing, someone to pick up Japan. And then it's really up in the air in regards to what I think is going to be next. I think that both Spain and Aragon are reasonable picks. Probably the most reasonable. They can both form Iberia if you're looking to push, in particular, what is it? Let's jump actually back into our other view with the power rankings. And they pick up Japan on Team 2, it looks like. So Team 2 has picked up Japan. Japan, notably, is way bigger. They have a subject, and they are they have middling Eastern European tech relative to vanilla, which is a pretty big deal, a pretty big come-up. So we have Japan, Scandinavia, and Jing locked in for Team 2. And so this is going to be pretty good for them, I think. Japan starts out with a GDP of 14.6 million, which is one of the bigger starting GDPs. And so, and they have 30 million pops. And so I think that this is a very, very solid pickup for Team 2. And so we will put that in on the thing. Really do wish I had a second person to put in all the stuff for me, but it's only kind of... we get a Spain pick from Team... Is this 1, I believe? It is Team 1. Oh, so we get Aragon from Team 3, and Team 2, or Team 1 picks up Spain, which leaves Qing undrafted. So we get Aragon on Team 3, and then Spain. That's a little bit rough. I think that Aragon and Spain both look a lot better when the other one hasn't been drafted, because you can form Iberia, and now it is not the case that you can do this. Or it would be difficult because you would have to conquer the other guy, but both of these countries are reasonable. Aragon can notably form Italy-Aragon type thing, but very surprised to see Qing go undrafted. I think this is probably a mistake, but it's... I don't think it's a catastrophic mistake. Notably, Spain and Aragon both start with the same GDPs, and so we will have a little bit of move over and take a look at what we have gotten. So, I forgot to put in the other stuff. So, Team 1 will have Spain, and Team 3 will have Burgundy. Or, sorry, they'll have Aragon. And I'm going to clip this and put this in the Diplo chat just to make sure that there's no sort of confusion as to who's what team. We will put this in, we'll upload the file, and we will ask for confirmation that this is correct. But we do have Burgundy, Bohemia, yes.
Sorry, can I talk to you privately?
You in the privacy of the stream. Unless it doesn't need to be not in the privacy of the stream.
I would prefer it to be just between you and me.
Is it something you can type?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, We are going to do that. We are going to make sure we're on the overlaid score. Might have some drama of some sort. The big Dzunga is just exist as an exploited land power. I'm not sure what that means. You're talking about this? This land is not worth tremendous amount, so that it is there is not the biggest feature. We do have a new unread. And he's gonna type out whatever his problem was to me. It's very behind technologically in terms of laws. What happened to the Spanish flag in this mod? I guess they probably just have a different... they must have a republic by now, and that's why the Spanish flag is already like that. And so that's my guess. I think that's the flag of the Republican. Will we see another race to conquer Xing Clay? Probably. But I'm expecting Jing to really do a lot of it, because they can do it with fewer, less infamy and this sort of thing, and they're going to look to make China. Okay, so something has come up for one of our players, and he cannot play the whole time. Let's see. I don't know how I want to handle this. This is a little bit rough. Whether we want to just full on replace, I think that well, we'll ask what the team would prefer. We're gonna ask if the team would prefer to replace him now or later. But that makes sense why he would not want to talk about that in thing. It cannot be Republican. Shield has a crown. Oh, it does have a crown. I don't know what is up with that flag then. It might be because they're united with these guys. I'm not sure exactly. This will be... Spain does have a war at the game start, which is going to prevent, some things from occurring. And, we might be replacing the Bohemia player right now. If not, we will be replacing him later. So if anyone was interested in playing in about an hour and a half, please let me know in chat. I will probably be selecting a country that I don't think will get conquered. And so we will do this. I forgot. I should not have clicked start game. Whoops. I will let them know. Don't start yet. We are going to give them a 5-minute timer once we do get started, which will be in just a moment. And we can talk about these teams quite a bit as well. I think Jing, Scandinavia, and Japan is going to have the most growth potential. And I also think that people are spooked about the dual monarchy and maybe want to fight the dual monarchy at game start, which I think would be a mistake. Dual monarchy, Aragon, Belgian Confederation also do have decent growth potential in the forming of Italy, Aragon, just having the dual monarchy and in forming Arcadia. And Burgundy, Bohemia, and Spain. Bohemia, enormous growth potential in the formable here. Spain won't have very much growth potential just from formables, because I don't think you're going to get to form Iberia. And Burgundy will not also, but this is probably the strongest team militarily on game start. And so they can do, a lot of... I think that they will be able to get a lot done. And so this will be interesting. Don't start yet. Okay. Let's see. Whichever is more convenient to you. I think we'll start now then. Okay. So we are going to set a 5-minute timer for these gentlemen. Where's my phone? Holy snap. We're going to set a 5-minute timer in something else then. Oh, I can't have that. No. Let's not do that. Alright, I gotta find my phone then. Could have sworn it was... This is terrible. Alright, we're just going to watch the clock and start it in 5 minutes. We're not going to mess around too much with that. So, we will... You may begin. So, they have 5 minutes to do any sort of negotiation, any sort of pre-unpaused plays. Are the players streaming? Not as far as I know, but I've neither encouraged nor prohibited anyone from streaming. That would probably be an interesting perspective. I think that you'd have to worry a little bit more about stream sniping. No one snipes this stream, though, because I don't want them to talk about the strategies. I guess it shows there were only when you opened up the app. It only shows how many there were when you opened up the app. Yeah, there might be more now. I appreciate the support, though, Nike's fan. And so, I think that these teams look pretty well balanced, but let's see what chat thinks. Who won the draft? A la chat's opinion. We will get a poll going. Who won draft? And then we gotta add an option. Do team 1. Team 1, which is Team Strawberry, which they, I think, don't like, so maybe we should just call them Team Strawberry from now on. Well, let's just, they objected to being called Team Strawberry a little bit, and so we'll put one of those up. I wish there was a way to hide, or I'm sure there is a way to hide it. But we do see off in the right, Jing is started a forced recognition play against Heavenly Kingdom, so they're going for recognition on their allies straight away. Which, of course, I think is the right play. I'm not sure who I even think won the draft. Actually, I do think I know who won the draft, but I will give my thoughts on it afterwards. I think that these teams do look fairly well balanced, at start here. And that it'll be interesting to see if there are any Diplo agreements. So far, we haven't seen too many Diplo agreements from the teams in general. Can we get a list with every Discord name and the land to it? Not sure what he means. But let's actually see who won this poll. There are 12 votes. Actually, let's let the poll run a little bit and just kind of recap the teams. Burgundy does start out with 21 million GDP. They're really big, 24 million, population. This is a majority of the GDP at start, and it is very solid GDP. There's not that much room for growth, but there's a lot of power in it. Then we have Bohemia, which is kind of in a somewhat similar situation, 15 million. They have the potential to get all this German dirt through events and unification. And then we have Spain, which is not going to form anyone, but they do have subjects. Subjects do pay into you, and they allow you to make money up. And also, I think the capital's in Lisbon. I assume they move it to Castile or something more inland. Burgundy can really hide their capital in Alsace, and Bohemia can hide their capital in Bohemia. And so all of the capitals are really deep, and so it will be hard to enforce on them if they pull ahead. Jing, as I reviewed in some of my videos, is also pretty hard to enforce in. If you move the capital to Yunnan, which they have, they're not going to be releasable. And then also Yue, in particular, you can release Yue and brick any wars, so this is going to be nice on that front in particular. But the big appeal of Jing is the growth potential with the huge pop, huge GDP. And then also, you kind of have a similar thing with Japan. Japan has reasonable tech, and Scandinavia will have the best tech, and are in pretty strong position, but they might get dogpiled by Bohemia and Burgundy at game start. And then we have the dual monarchy, which has huge GDP, but has the potential to schism and break apart. This is for Team 3, and with Aragon, which can form Aragon, Italy, kind of getting all of this unification. And then also, it looks like they're notorious, so they have declared some sort of war. And then the Belgian Confederation. Let's check in on kind of how long ago I said 5 minutes. It looks like we got about 1 more minute before we get started. Looks like people are putting in their things. We do have a player list. What is the player list for Team we will get a player list for Team 1. Because one of them asked, and we will take a look at what the results for this poll were as well. So we will close the poll, and it looks like Strawberry is got kind of the lead with 46%. I actually think Team 2 has the best draft. Am I going to play? No, I'm not going to play. I'm just going to spectate and talk about the stuff. Speaking of, we do have to read through chat a little bit. Did you miss anything? Let's see. I don't think yet. We haven't started yet. We're about to start now. I think we're actually going to unpause here as soon as, yeah, we do get that, and we unpause. Is Divergences good for single player? It's interesting. It does shake things up a bit, and so I think that this is pretty good. Team 1 having the most growth potential? Really? That's interesting. I think, Tired Stars paused, so there must be a PvP war, or he's going to tell me something. Oh, yes. This is a PvP war, if I ever saw one. So that is a PvP war. They will unpause in a few moments, but we see our first PvP war on game start. Burgundy is looking to throw their weight around on game start here, which is a little bit interesting, a little bit surprising. Generally, I think you don't want to kind of fight too much in PvP, but we will, yeah, okay, I was about to unpause for them, but they're unpaused now. And so, yeah. Team 1 does have better technology. They do have the best technology overall, with both Burgundy and Bohemia both having skirmish. This is a pretty big positive. But Bohemia cannot help out Burgundy in this war. Oop. This is not ideal. All right. So let's let them hot join. Let's see. Can Scandi re-hot join? Okay, so we're gonna save and restart this. Hot joining does not work. Alright. And Cole is our save. We got about 1 month in, so we're gonna restart the entire client to make sure that we have the best chance of this getting through. Is it possible to replace the guy? Is it possible for you to replace the guy in an hour and a half? Yeah, it says not. Yes. Comment something in the LFG section in the Discord, please, and we will talk about it there. And I will try and, but you will be coming on to Bohemia. Will be the idea. I think we can just resume here. Yeah, the Discord channel is correct. General chat would also be fine. But does Jing and Japan not need to be recognized? They do need to be recognized, but they can both get recognition off of Scandinavia. And so this is going to be, because you can declare on your teammates, this is kind of a free thing. We will open this for multiplayer. And we will put it in the chat. But, so excellent start. By excellent, I mean painful. Very, very painful. Jing and Japan will both get recognition from Scandinavia, though. Team 2 is also the team that is more centralized compared to the other teams. I agree with this. The thing is, more than the centralization, I think that having the enormous GDP, we're scoring it based off of GDP growth. And so I think that the easiest teams to grow your GDP with are, in fact, these countries like Jing, We'll auto-accept hot joins. You know, these countries like Jing, where you have an enormous pop to potentially do this. Someone won't be able to rejoin? What? Don't. Technical difficulties. Not sure what's going on exactly with that. But Jing just, you know, if you're trying to get to 1 billion GDP as fast as possible in vanilla, like if you're speedrunning it, you play as Qing. And it's not especially close. And so it's going to make a big difference. We have almost everyone in here. We are missing, looks like, 2 players. Japan and Jing do need to be recognized at some point, but they can just declare on their ally of Scandinavia, and Scandinavia will back down because they're allies. Gotcha. And so, yeah, we do have a little bit of stuff. We have, I think, 2 players left to join. We will take a drink from our not piss water and talk to chat. This is energy drink soda stream, I swear. Has a little bit of a kick to it. But yeah, if you did not have a GP on your team, I think Jing and Japan would be a little bit worse. But you notice Japan is a major power. Jing is a great power. They are not unrecognized anymore. So already at this point, they have become recognized. Just immediate backdowns, which I didn't even know you could back down that fast. That is quite the pace. Maybe Japan starts out recognized? I'm not entirely sure. But I know it's trivial in this mod at least. Looks like some players might be having trouble joining. We are waiting on the Belgian Confederation as one of these players, I think. The Belgian Confederation still having difficulties. Oh no, wait, we do have someone in. Also, notably, Team 2 in its entirety is from, or no, not Team 2. Team 3 in its entirety is from the, so that's Dual Monarchies, Belgium, and Aragon, is from the Divergences mod. Or they are from the Divergences Discord. This is kind of where I asked the Divergences Discord if anyone wanted to join, this type of thing. And so they are from there, and so I'm expecting their draft, in theory, to be better. But I also think that people in general, in the past 5 weeks, have really undervalued Xing, and for, like, I think Jing is, like, powerful in the same way Xing is, so there's this as well. But we do have them picking up dual monarchies, which some players didn't want to pick at all, and then we have this immediate Dao from Burgundy, which is, I think, pretty aggressive, but not necessarily bad or wrong or anything like this. You know, here, let's click on our country. Because you're deciding, hey, I want to break up the dual monarchy, and they might even be going for a sort of play where they try and truce juggle, and they just try and slap around both the other teams for a while. So that is, they try and get a bunch of truces with one team so they can't get 6v3'd, and just try and fight. PC specs for multiplayer need to be better than single player, right? I'm not the guy to ask about this. This is not quite my purview. So we're gonna start. Everyone ready? I don't want to give them too much time, or more time than they ought to have had. It looks like Team 3 is ready. We will get the Diplo in here. Team 3, Team 2, and Team 1. So we will be off and away. But this is going to be a very interesting war. Let's see what they are asking for here. Humiliate dual monarchy, war reparations, liberate England on game start. Wow. And that's been made a primary demand. You can't just back down out of that. All of this has been spent, and so this is going to be the bloodiest start we have seen in one of these. I was expecting something a little bit more conservative than living England. Oh no! Who's playing Scandinavia? Okay. We might need to find an alternate for Scandinavia. So we're going to restart the entire game client. I apologize to the stream. Who's playing Scandi? That is unfortunate. We will restart the game. I apologize. This is very exciting, this war, though, that we are seeing. Poor Finn. We'll try one more time, I think, but I believe we might replace if he desyncs again. Let's hop in and let them know.
Okay. Hello, General.
Is this Finn's team?
Yes. Finn is in negotiations at the moment, and he has some problems with the game. We don't know.
He does have problems with the game. If he continues to have problems, we might find a different player. Although I don't want to necessarily spoil the negotiations currently, but because we've gotten 3 months, and he's I believe.
So it says desync because of mismatched combat units. So what I think is that
is it the
his
mod?
assets file is probably wrong. So I think he needs to uninstall and reinstall the mod.
Or just repair from Steam.
Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna check for bugs, because normally I host a lot of games and all going fine.
Okay.
Problems with mods or so.
Okay, so it's uninstall, reinstall?
Uninstalling.
Okay.
I can do this too. I have fast PC, no problem. I'm gonna do that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Perfect. Also, This war is a little nuts off the start.
Yeah.
I will probably.
Heavy, right?
I'm probably gonna ask Team 3 what they think or what their ideas are here. But what are your guys' impression? Or wait.
We are just piecing out at the moment, except we had a little non-gentleman agreeable thing with the Team 3, because we think we just lay back a bit.
They asked us for a defensive pact, and we said, or at least Scandinavia said yes, and now we're in this situation.
Too much you say yes, right? Nah, no worries. I'm gonna be alright. We're gonna winning, and we're gonna be fine.
So I think why it's desyncing is because the moment he declared war and he mobilized, the game tried to grab probably like graphics for the troops.
Generals, like go out of stream for just out of our team for just 1 second. I want to say something important to Finn.
Okay, I will leave. So we're going to join and see Team 1, which is the Burgundy team, what they are about, or why they have decided to choose such violence at game start. But hopefully this works with the uninstall, reinstall of the mod. Yeah, we're just having a little bit of a rough start here, which is obviously the time not to have this rough start, but we're going to jump in.
Everybody.
Hello. Okay,
jump in.
So you guys have started a big boy war at the very beginning here.
Yep. Yeah, we're in a stronger position now, and I don't think it'll stay that way.
That makes sense. And so that's the reasoning. You just want to. You're on stream, by the way, obviously, but you just want to kneecap the teams just back and forth, each of them, or something like this. Is the plan?
Yeah, that's essentially the plan.
That does seem reasonable.
Skill, right? Yeah. I mean, also they know the game so well. So even if Bohemia, or even if Burgundy stays number one forever, you know, they're just going to outpace us because they understand the game. So we need to kneecap them first, and then we'll go deal with the China situation, which is going to get out of hand.
The China situation is hard to deal with. I think we've discussed this already, but it is really hard to enforce on them in particular.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one.
We have 2 GPs to help with it, though.
You do have, yeah, I mean...
Well, technically we have 3.
I would, yeah, technically. I would give comments on, like, how I think you could do it, except I can't help teams, but...
Don't do that.
Don't want to do that. But I'm going to get Team 3's impression of the violence as well here. So, I'll be joining on them.
Let's cut off round.
So you guys are the victim of extreme violence at the very start here. Do you?
Why?
Huh?
What?
Because Burgundy and Bohemia declared on me.
Yes.
Extreme violence.
It's not very nice. A 1v1 against Burgundy would be very winnable. He did make a good move by moving his capital into Alsace, but we have a defensive pact with.
I mean, it might backfire. I think it might backfire hard because now you can release Netherlands because he moved his capital.
Yeah, that's true.
That is an interesting one. Yeah, I think it's much harder to enforce on him, but
we should be able to get Scandi in here. We have a defensive pact. Out of the mechanics of the game.
Okay, because I was about to say, as far as game mechanics go, I'm pretty sure they could just abandon you.
Yeah. No, we made an agreement in DMs, but as soon as he's able to join the game, we'll get him into the war.
So, do you think that this is a good strategy or bad strategy by Burgundy?
I mean, it's a toss-up. I've done it in single player, a 1v1 against dual monarch.
I think, honestly, I think just...
He doesn't.
Yeah, I think it's... I think it's when you're not familiar with DoD, you kind of just expect Burgundy to be able to 1v1 DM day one, because they have skirmish and DM doesn't.
Yes. That is my expectation, but you guys are
DM can...
Yeah, but DM is double the army size.
DM is double the army, and you can very much game the strategic regions and naval invade next to it, and get a lot of plate away.
We're gonna do that. How's the Plantagenet thing going?
Well, nothing's going except that Venice
take a
joined.
while. Yeah.
It's usually not taking long, but we will see.
So this is.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hold this front as long as I can. I'm waiting for you to come in. Scandinavia should be able to assist.
Oh yeah, the other thing is, of course, what people also don't realize is that EM always starts with a trench red general, so they can hold that line forever.
Oh, they do? Interesting. Yep. Yeah, I was unaware of that. See, you guys are the Divergences team, so you should know this way better. And I think that their strategy is reasonable. I won't like unveil all of it, but I think that it's if you guys get England released, like it's just catastrophic, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take Picardy too if I can, so that they.
It's like either way, it's lights out for. Like if they lose this, they're like both Burgundy and Bohemia are gonna be landlocked. So. It's going to be pretty bad.
That is going to be rough. Oh, that's so interesting. Yep. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to help. I don't want to assist teams.
Oh, okay. Now I can offer Scandinavia war reps. Good.
Rehost, yeah.
I already rehosted. Again?
Yeah, no. It just mean it didn't work before, and now it's hosting. So
perfect. Yeah, and we just gotta get.
Now we just need Scandinavia.
Yeah, we're waiting for him to get in.
Yep, we are waiting for him to delete and re-download. So I will join back in the org and talk with chat. All right, chat. So this is they have brought some very interesting things. I was under the impression that Burgundy could just slap around dual monarchy at the start of the game, but if this is not the case, then this war is going to be very decisive and very bloody in terms of deciding the trajectory of the rest of the game, which if the winner is going to have to contend with Team 2, it seems like. Now, Team 2, I think, has the best draft, in my opinion, with Scandinavia, Jing, and Japan, although chat thinks that Team 1 has the best draft, which I think is fine. Team 3 being the Divergences crowd. But if the question is does Jing, Scandinavia, Japan do well against either of these teams once they've clapped the other? And I'm not so sure. But I think that Team 3 won't be aggressive. Team 1 will be super aggressive, I think. They have a very aggressive player on their team who likes to rumble. And so I think if Team 1 wins this exchange, that Team 2 is going to get... Well, they've announced their intent to do this, to immediately go after them. But if Team 3 wins, we might get a little bit more of a peaceful / mellow game. Is this the same game from last week, or did y'all start over? We started over, so it's not me getting clapped on the Mughals. But I am super hyped for this. I think a huge factor is that it seems that Dual Monarchy is somehow already knows some Divergences meta. Yes, the Dual Monarchy team, the Team 3, are all for the Divergences Discord. And so they are less familiar with the 3v3v3 stuff, but they are more familiar with the mod. They know the mod very well. And so I am not surprised that they understand how this opening salvo works. Now, I don't know... From my understanding, most multiplayer games actually have prohibitions against, landing like 15 times. And we do not have that. And so I think that they might be underestimating their ability to defend, penis-shaped France or Paris here. I don't know why in this mod it's shaped like a schlong, but here we are. They have a better chance to defend against all these, or defending against multiple landings is going to be harder, especially because this is a split thing. You have France up here and Occitania down here, so you're going to get landed a whole ton. You're also going to get landed as Burgundy, but they moved their capital to Alsace here. But now Netherlands is releasable, which I think just releases this entire block, which I think is catastrophically bad. So if either of these teams get full enforced on, it'll be catastrophically bad for the team. And I think that from a diplomatic perspective, it would be interesting to see them not go all the way and enforce on that if Team 2 was particularly spooky. But Team 2 has kind of weak military right now. Imagine there's some other events that players don't know about and Team 3 knows about. Well, Team 3 is going to be the one to know it. But my understanding is that, in general, this mod is for multiplayer balance, not for a different history trajectory, so I don't think there would be too many events like of that type. Let's see if we have a little bit of an update from... Alright, Finn is starting the game. And that was 3 minutes ago. So, we might just want to repost this. But yeah, I think that would make sense if the art assets are the problem or something like this. But I, of course, am not the most technical. How's chat being, though? How are you guys be? I know we are off to a little bit of a rough start, but this war is also very exciting, so there's that. This is the war to decide the fate of basically both of these countries. And I think that, and these are both the first picks of each of these teams. Like, it's not like the third pick is the one that's, like, on the chopping block here with this. It's the first pick, Burgundy, versus the first pick, Dual Monarchy. Interestingly, some of the 3v3 players played a little on Dual Monarchy, and they did not like it. Because they kept schisming, because there are events for Dual Monarchy that break you up into England or France or Provence. And as far as, events go, emotion, is that emotion? Yeah, it is emotion. If they know how to handle the Dual Monarchy stuff better, they might be the only team that can really play Dual Monarchy as effectively, which is a pretty big advantage. feels weird that the whole game could be decided from this early game war. It does feel a little weird, but I think that... Okay, so here's the situation, is Burgundy's not actually going to lose Netherlands. And the Divergences squad is not aware of this, but Burgundy is going to release Netherlands as a subject before they get enforced on, because the team is aware that you can do this. Team 3 is less aware of this because they have less experience with the 3v3v3s. But if Burgundy is about to get enforced on, they will release Netherlands as a subject, breaking the war goal. And then they will re-annex them later, and so it won't be... Oh, it's somewhat catastrophic, but it's not as catastrophic. What it does do is it prevents you from doing anything in the rest of the world for like 5 years. And so this will be the state of affairs. But if Team 1 gets kneecapped, then they will be able to unite with that whichever team is in second place against the first place team. And so I don't think the whole thing can be decided, but I think that whichever team loses this is fighting for second place. And so... But... I think Team 3 is not aware that you can release England before you get enforced on. And if they get enforced on and lose England, this might be a GG catastrophic for their team. And so it's it is interesting. I think that Team 1 is going to be a little bit more resilient. But, you know, talking to them... it sounds as though Team 3 is pretty confident that they just win this. And also, Team 1, while they do have the really strong Bohemia on their team, Bohemia is landlocked. And so, and already started another war. Now, maybe you could invite Bohemia in, or you could get Bohemia to... Actually, I don't even think Bohemia can have an interest here. I think it's impossible to get Bohemia in if Scandinavia joins, so they can fight here, and this sort of thing. And so, yeah, we will ask the teams if they are ready now that Scandinavia has joined. We're asking Team 3 if they're ready. Could they release Netherlands as a subject if Netherlands gets GP status? Netherlands will be gated into non-GP status by the function of them releasing them, by the game mechanics, I believe. We're gonna just join Team 3's chat. So are you guys ready?
Yeah, we are ready, yes.
Okay. So we are going to get started. Alright. We are starting here. And so, off we go, and... Can we survive a Monday? What is this pause about? It must be someone joining. You are allowed to pause when someone joins a play. And it looks like, we have a Spain versus Scandinavia violence as well here. Which is going to be interesting. So this is Team 1's Spain against Team 3's Aragon, and so they're going to tie them up here. We get an agitator, but this is an interesting one as well. We will see what they are putting in on these war goals, and it's a little bit aggressive for them to start a war when they're already in one, but we have these guys involved with the Papal States, and so what is this war about? Oh, did someone just back down? Or did they join on the Papal States side? They joined on the side of the Papal States for nothing. Of course, they can leave for nothing if they don't put any war goals in, and it looks like they already used up all their war goals, so it looks like they're just trying to tie up the teammate here with this, which seems pretty heads up. Because they can kind of leave whenever they want the war, and this is an interesting dynamic, Aragon can't put any war goals in on them, and so they can just have a little bit of a fight, and if they don't like the fight, they just peace out. Spain does. And if they do like the fight, they can kind of prevent Aragon from helping dual monarchy too much in this war. Let's see what else has been in here. Conquer Picardy, humiliate Burgundy, and liberate Netherlands. Where's Picardy here? Now, is Picardy part of the Netherlands release is the question. You have to be a little bit careful about this, because if this war goal can get bricked, I think, if they just release Netherlands themselves. And so, yeah. Where is the Belgian Confederation? They are like the replacement US. Yeah, mid-war releases are blocked in EU4. They should be blocked in Victoria 3, but this is full-powered. Everyone can kind of exploit as much as possible as long as it doesn't mess with performance. And we see Scandinavia fighting Bohemia now. Now, Bohemia has enforced on Bavaria, or Bavaria back down. And we see that... Is this somehow... somehow Bohemia has gotten in on this war, which is going to allow them to actually fight. So I was incorrect about this. Aragon isn't encroaching into Spain. I would expect Spain to just kind of back out of this relatively soon. I think they have a lot of troops down here. They might try and stick in it, though, well, actually, Aragon can't join in on the dual monarchies play now. And so... we'll see how that shakes out. If we go on the military lens, we can watch some of these fights, and we see that Burgundy is successfully pushing. So this notion that the trench rat is going to prevent the pushes does not seem to be playing out, and notably, they can dictate this as where they want to push, so you can get an enforcement on the capital very, very easily here. And it looks like Scandinavia is pushing into Bohemia. I don't think there are any war goals on Bohemia, so Bohemia will just stick it out as long as they can to tie up Scandinavian troops. But now we have, ready to be enforced here. And so this is going to be, the skirmish infantry is just too strong at the start. And they are not getting any help from the Scandinavian. And we see some landings coming in from the Burgundians. Looks like someone did not have one battalion at home, and so they are getting slaughtered here. You leave one battalion, or you leave one group unit at home, so that when they land, you do not get insta-pushed several times, so that even if they use the landing trick to kind of brick you, that is, like, they land 5 times, and so one of these just automatically gets through, it'll get tied up on the front on the next one. But we do see, Burgundy is getting a push here. And I think that these guys don't know that they can release England mid-war, which is going to be, a significant kneecapping for them. And we're going to see, the Burgundian team, this is Team 1, try and truce juggle. Now let's take a look at what's going on in the rest of the world in terms of warfare, because the warfare is pretty exciting here. We do have the Belgian Confederation's getting clapped. What is this? What's happening here? I thought you win that. Oop. Ah. No. Oh, we're supposed to be speed 3. Okay. My kingdom for performance better. Paradox, please. We should be on speed 3.
Sorry, mate. I don't know what's happening. I reinstalled everything.
It's like it's all the landings. So, do you think that? Because we were going okay there for a second. Were there like 15 landings going on?
Yeah, I did landing. Maybe Bohemia. Maybe could be. Yeah.
Okay.
So one last try or what?
We'll try one last time.
Alright, man, because I even deinstalled and reinstalled. I don't know what just happened. When I hosting, it's all kind of fine. Maybe it's because, so in USA when we're in Europe,
Yeah, that might be it. I don't know either. This is not quite my purview. We're gonna try and get a standby player, though, from the stream. So I think that we do have someone who is interested. So
okay. Just tell me.
We're gonna put not from the stream. If you are there on stream, we are going to put you in on that team right now, so that you can kind of take the reins. So I will give not the permissions here to join. And then we're going to cap the landings. As well. Because I am expecting that there are a lot of landings happening simultaneously. We're going to auto-accept hot joins. And we are going to add permissions not. NOT. So not, you should be able to join the competitive category now. Sorry for this, everyone. I really wish the game was a little bit better on this front. So don't join the game not, but you can join Team 2's chatter and get caught up just in case. We will let everyone know that this is the case. That way, if we have another incident, we will sub in not for Scandinavia instead. But this war is off to a bad start for Burgundy. Pretty bad start. And so I think that it is possible that... or actually, maybe we should just... Okay, I'm going to ask them what they want to do. Okay, yeah. So we can do whatever you guys want to do between having not take over now or trying to do it one more time with.
I think having not take over.
Nah, I don't try it again, man. I even reinstalled. I'm out of good cards, you know.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, not you will inherit the half-occupied Scandinavia.
Man, but I'm winning. Don't talk shit about me, man. I'm in this capital. And I got my capital back, and I can get landings, so...
Yeah,
you might not...
I'm mostly joking.
Yeah, all good, man.
I think that this war looks bad for you guys, currently.
No, I get war reps, or Scandinavia, not me.
No, I mean...
Bohemia's you have to look at the full picture, like, we have Qing and me and Japan getting their bread and butter, like...
Yeah, no, I'm saying I think that, the dual monarchy Scandinavia, I think they're gonna get enforced on.
Yeah, that war
is what I'm saying.
Is there any war goals on Scandinavia?
I don't think so. No. So in the sense,
okay, then we're fine.
So,
yeah.
So you get like some millions, or you could lose nothing.
Yeah, it's not bad for you, like you guys in that sense. But I'm saying the overall war is probably not a one that's gonna be very easily won.
No.
Yeah, but it's kind of good for us, right?
Maybe.
It's alright.
Yeah.
We don't lose.
It'll make us look weak. We'll say we'll team up with Team 3 permanently then.
Alright.
Maybe.
Alright. So, we left that. But hopefully we get started off now with not. And we will be ready and good to go. The downfall of many an empire, the disconnect, basically. Hey, Balea, how's it going? So I'm letting him know one team from each team. Let me know when ready. 12 landings per team now, please. As well. So, Team 3 is ready. Team 1 is ready. I'm waiting here on Team 2. They are ready, so we will get started. And we are going to be on speed 3 to try and help the performance. And hopefully, oh, we picked the wrong country? Ooh. Okay, we gotta swap, actually. Whoops. We cannot be a country that actually matters here. Which Amazonia might matter. Name. Yeah, it's kind of sad for you. I am bummed. I wanted to try and give you another chance, but I think you're correct that whatever it is, I'm not thinking that it was going to be fixed on the next try, which is why I was trying to get Not into your channel so he could be up to date with the rest of your team in terms of what's going on, because he is inheriting. I understand you were winning the 1v1 against Bohemia, but he's inheriting a little bit of a difficult situation. Low-key think that Scandinavia should maybe just capitulate so you don't get all this devastation, this ticking devastation, but it's a show of good faith to stick in it a little while longer, I suppose. You are occupying some of Burgundian's troops. I think that... Can we see the edicts? Yeah, look at these enlistment effort edicts that are the Burgundian player is using. So they have quite a lot of conscripts. Wow, they're only using 2? And is there any enlistment efforts? I don't see any from this. And so this is probably the difference between the dual monarchy player kind of understanding the Divergences mod and what's going on and like the actual execution of what's going on. Because he was like, I hold this easy peasy. You don't hold it easy peasy if they enlist and you don't. Must be the situation kind of at hand. You know, if you enlist, you full conscript, and you just, like, go for it here. And so this seems to be, you know, this is not going well at all for, well, now they're defending okay. This is the trench rat boyo they were talking about. And so, but here's the you gotta take your capital back. Like, and how do you do that? Doing that into skirmish is rough. Why didn't I choose the spectate option? Because then I can't look at the tech tree. And I can't do this. But bam. So I can't explain a lot of stuff in game as I'm playing if I'm on spectate. Is the reason why I didn't do it. But let's kind of take a break from this a little bit and see what exactly Jing is going for here and how much return. That is a lot. How much infamy do they have here? But they're almost certain to enforce on this, Team 2, and they're only at 33 infamy. This is going to represent a huge GDP spike. I really think having Xing go undrafted is particularly bad. I think that the teams should have drafted Xing first, and second, I think that when there's a Jing draft and not a Xing draft, this puts Team 2 in an unbelievable position. I think that the DM team has a mindset of non-3v3v3. I think that is correct because they are from the Divergences server. But they also understand this mod better. And so it creates an interesting thing. I think having played a 3v3v3 before, it's going to be a little bit more useful. But and it looks like these guys are subjugating QQ. There's a lot of gold here. I actually talked to these players before, and so I kind of knew that this was going to be their strategy. Or was it these players, or was it the other players? I can't remember. But I think this is quite strong. And, you know, it is going to be very difficult to unravel Jing's expansion here, I think, in terms of GDP. And so that's Jing, and then Scandinavians in here. For Belgium, Belgium is getting... What is going on here? Why are you... This is certainly not ideal. I believe you might have to use conscription efforts. And what is this? Oh, is Burgundy the problem here? Is the problem that they are trying to help? This must be the problem. I don't think... this is rough. I'm not sure you're supposed to try and help this and lose your Plantagenet war. It's also possible that you're supposed to wait a little while before dowing on day 1. I think this is a metagame where you actually want to wait 2 weeks, you know, and see where the dows are coming. That way, in case there's a player war, you know, very early on, you're not allowed to declare a player war before unpausing. What's the war cost for both sides on this one? Pretty substantive here. And I think that the dual monarchy, so the dual monarchy, the big one, is Liberate England. I'm not sure this team is where, but you can release vassals mid-war. if they're not aware of this, this is an enormous war goal. It liberates all of this. It's catastrophically bad for them, and will represent like a significant kneecapping. But here we have Liberate Netherlands, which is very much similar, but I believe the Burgundy player is aware that they can release mid-war. And so this is kind of the situation. But they're used to going after one province, liberate, and a humiliate, and war goals. For the most part, this is kind of the situation. And let's see, Spain is still in with Aragon, and they're probably... what is this? Okay. Spain's just joining every single one against Aragon here, and Aragon's just doing fine against this. I'm not sure this is ideal, but I'm also just not sure in general how the situation is. But it does look like they are trying to... Spain is trying to slow them down. Team 1 is heavy on the interventionism and violence here, which is kind of the... Tired Star, the Burgundian player. This kind of seems the play style, which is this very heavy interventionism, which I think is sometimes correct, but it needs to be tempered with the consideration that if you make both the teams just want a team versus you, a 6v3 is not that tenable a situation. And wars are going to get expensive, and so, you know, if you're constantly warring the teams, maybe you can do it. I think Burgundy is quite strong, and I think the dual monarchies not having, you know, gone for the conscripts is a very significant problem for them. You know, they have them in now, so they have since added enlistment efforts in one province. This isn't enough. Oh, 2 provinces. Okay, I see you. I believe you're supposed to add them on provinces that are around 7 or 8 battalions in order to get maximal usage. Japan is almost certainly enforced on QQ here, so let's see what else they're up to. They are helping Heavenly Kingdom, it looks like. Heavenly Kingdom go for more stuff. Wait, what is this? Tonguewing declared on Heavenly Kingdom? What a gift, right? You just return several of these. And so now Heavenly Kingdom is going to get huge. This war is just looking... You know, where's the fight? What? Okay, there it is. So, what is this defense? Why is it so low? What the hell? I mean, you have double the troops here, so I guess you can maybe win this, but... And Scandinavia is getting... It looks like Scandi is going to get enforced on here. Now, Scandinavia only has to pay Bohemian war reps, but this gives Bohemia a free hand in here. And, you know, I think... This is just fascinating how the Scandinavia is kind of negated by Bohemia here, so Burgundy kind of gets their 1v1. It's not quite a 1v1, but it looks a little like a 1v1. And, you know, it's just so... This is going to be so bad for this team if they don't release England before they get enforced on. I, like, almost want to tell them that you can do this, but I don't think it would be right. I think it would be wrong. I wonder what chat thinks. We could do a little bit of a poll. I still probably think it's wrong, but, So I'm probably not going to do it either way, but I'm curious what chat thinks here. Looks like Spain is... Ooh, Spain is getting enough done in this Aragon war. Looking like Aragon's getting pushed. Yeah, so if they can just brick up Aragon's wars repeatedly, you know, just a very aggressive interventionism type start on Spain. They're not living and let living, and they are aggressing on... they found the time to also aggress on Morocco at the same time, and I don't know how they are managing to get the best of Aragon, kind of, in these exchanges. Are they enlistment efforts? No, it doesn't look like they are. It doesn't look like... It looks like Aragon is in a couple of spots. So I'd expect Aragon to be winning these, but maybe Aragon's overall alliances are a little bit more difficult. We will close the poll in a little bit, because I know it does block the stream thing. I unfortunately don't know. Yeah, people don't want me to intervene in fate. Yeah, Team DM will suffer. They will suffer the fates. He was in the Bohemian capital. The Bohemia didn't cause the problems. Burgundy did. So Burgundy's been fighting on multiple things, and it looks like Bohemia probably or Scandinavia probably capitulated here. And so they're not in any wars now. Team DM will suffer. Are DM's conscripts just using a different PM? This is possible. They could also just be there. It might just be shortages of weapons. This is also one of the problems with having a really big army. It is much harder to support all of the goods required to not run shortages, and so this is probably, you know, they were like easy peasy holdsies swolsies, and this is not an easy peasy holdsy swolsy, is what it looks like. Team DM will suffer if they are not aware that they can release England as a subject. We still might see it. I know I mentioned it in my video. If they watch my video, what is this? Is this a normal occurrence? Okay. Belgian Confederation also notably loses their Plantagenet War, which I think sinking that war when you've already accrued the infamy. Oh, I guess they don't have that much infamy. I think that's really not where you want to be, and I don't think... Yeah, look at this. They're starting to land. And Burgundy did not get landed on at all. I think this is a mistake. I haven't seen a single landing out from Team 3 onto the Burgundy player. They should be spiking landing in, like, just several landings to look to open up new fronts. They have more troops. They need to... More fronts is better when you have more troops, on top of it just generally being good because you don't need to commit a lot of resources to landings. What's the market access in England? It's fine. But I am expecting all of this really favors Team 2. In some sense. I think that Burgundy is going to turn around and they're going to try and shellac Team 2 somehow. And they're going to try and play this game. And I think that if Team 3 is upset enough, right? Team 3 can join defensive wars again. You can't truce juggle defensively, right? Because if they declare on Heavenly Kingdom and the dual monarchy puts an interest in Heavenly Kingdom, Team 1's idea of truce juggling isn't going to work because you can always join defensive wars. And so one of the problems with this very aggressive type start is if both the teams unite against you and just agree to a wholesale defensive pact, you are going to get shellacked at some point when all the truces expire. And this is just an incredibly aggressive opening, and so we might see, some pain. It's an event that Grand gets to kind of collapse. Yeah. They are thinking of regular multiplayer. Yeah, this is not regular multiplayer. But I also think that the Divergences players, like, if they played a 3v3v3 before, the learning curve on that is probably not as steep as Divergences. Or maybe it isn't. It is a little bit interesting here. It looks like... This is absolutely wild, because Aragon's getting pushed here, they're pushing here, Morocco's pushing here, and Morocco's getting pushed simultaneously. This is the most unhinged thing I've ever seen. Yeah, Burgundy's just going to get enforced on. And a big part of this is also, that is a hard capital to get to. That is not an easy capital to get to. Good luck getting to that capital. Specifically, if Team 1 pulls ahead, you know, they are really hard to enforce on because they're going to have a capital here, and then Spain hasn't moved their capital, but they probably should. They could move it a little bit more inland to Toledo or Castile, but it's still somewhat exposed. Maybe you just keep it in Lisbon and you're like, whatever. But overall, the team's hard to enforce on. Now, Jing, or Team 2, they have this, which is hard to get to in Yunnan, which they moved their capital to. They have this in Copenhagen. And Japan is a little bit easier to defend than England, but it's not that easy. Now, you can be a little sneaky and move your capital over here as Japan, but I don't think it quite works. I think it's better to have, you know, access to your units straight away, but it is something you can do. Is that piss? Is it my streamer piss bottle? No, it's SodaStream's energy drink, which is supposed to be like Red Bull, but it looks like piss. Got a little bit of a bite to it. Definitely not piss, though. Pretty sure drinking piss on stream violates the TOS. So, and then dual monarchy, I don't like the Schlong Paris. I really don't like that they made it adjacent to this, to Picardy, or like, this should be, they changed the shape of it in a way that actually makes it easier for Burgundy to enforce on you. So there's that. Belgium, I think, has a coastal capital. They do, but they can move it inland a little bit. They haven't. And then, other than Belgium, there's Aragon, which I think has a coastal capital. They can move it in a little bit, but generally pretty exposed. You never know. That's right, you do never know. Also, if I was drinking piss, I would probably say the exact same thing. And then say this afterwards, because I would think it's funny. The truth hurts. Yeah, they're gonna get enforced on. They should actually probably, I think that this is a mistake. They're acquiring a ton of devastation for really nothing. They have zero chance of enforcing. And so, maybe they're trying to hold on to England for as long as possible, but I think they should just release England as a subject here. Again, I don't think that they know about this. This will be interesting to see once we approach that period in time. Also, man, Spain's just, super aggressive with this. Let's see, Aragon is losing this war. I think they need to not focus on Spain. I think this is a mistake. You don't get anything from focusing on Spain. I think you just want to make sure you occupy these guys as much as possible. And you just commit troops and landings to this, and you know, you just try and hold this front. They're pushing this front. I think this is a little bit of an error. And then over here, I assume Jing is winning this. They did take a whole bunch of dirt off of Qing. Probably a mistake to take northern Anhui. Someone corrected me on the pronunciation, but I can't remember what they said. It's probably a mistake to take northern Anhui, because now Anhui is a releasable, as opposed to taking Beijing, which has, you know, the super, super nice to take, you know, Forbidden City. So I think that's probably a mistake, but they're going to get a lot over here. You know, Japan, I think, is not involved in any wars other than helping them out defensively here. And so there's that. And so that's kind of the situation over here. We have the Spain-Aragon conflict. And Belgian Confed does start on Vinland here. And dual monarchy started... Yep, they didn't know it. This is unfortunate. And... yeah, they were not aware that you could do this. And so I think when the dust settles here, now's a good time to do a little bit of a GDP update. You know, it's not that deep into the game, but I think that it's notable enough timing that it's perhaps worth doing. Now, are we on the GDP? Yeah, we are on the GDP tab, so we're going to live update it. So Burgundy, we have a pause, which I assume is a PvP war pause. So we have 24.5. So they've grown about 3 million. And I'm guessing this is almost entirely through conquest. Boho has gone to 10.5 from 9. So very, very modest growth. And Spain is probably down in GDP. No, they're up. They're up quite a bit. They're up like 20%, 12.2. I don't think they've taken any dirt. Oh, they annexed Morocco. So we do see a little bit of growth from them. Jing, Scandinavia, and the other team. So we have Scandinavia first is up around 3 million, 18.1. They notably huge mobilizations from both France and Burgundy, which is very painful. And so there's that. Jing is up to 84 or 85 million. So they're up 25 million. And Japan is up quite a bit. Now, I'm guessing their pause was because there was a war declaration, and I'm guessing it's on Jing, but we will see. Japan is up around 2 million for 16.5. And dual monarchies is going to be down considerably, is my guess. They are now France. They are down to 25 million, 25.1, which is catastrophic for them. And then the Belgian Confed is up to 8.38, so a decent amount of growth. In terms of percentage, quite large, but is not really going to save them. And Aragon has just been picking up subjects, so they're about, a little, pretty good growth. 12.1, up from around 10 milli. So this is the current situation as far as scores go. We will let the teams know the post-war situation in terms of how things are going. And the fact that Team 2 is in the lead is going to imply to me that maybe we do not see a unification against Team 1 here. Team 2 was kind of the pick I thought was best, and it's the pick I thought was best because it's going to have the most growth potential, and they're still growing super, super fast. So we will see what the wars look like for Burgundy. Burgundy is starting a war in South China, and it's conquer Guangdong, Xiaojiao war reps, revolt claims, and so it is on Jing. They are conquering Guangdong. Notably, this can be bricked by releasing Yue, and I'm kind of expecting to see, they haven't put any war goals in other than conquering Guangdong, which I think is the capital of Yue. And so they are preventing the future release of Yue, or they're forcing them to give up Yue for all this. But this is not a huge sort of proposition here. And I think the reason why is because they're aware that Jing can brick the entire war goal. So they're not asking too much from Jing. Jing's strategy actually not taking Beijing, I criticized it 5 minutes ago. Kind of like it now, because I realized they're trying to avoid a coastal province. And this makes sense. I like this. And so, I think the Belgian Confed probably gets to form Vinland, but it is a little bit rough. Yeah. Let's take a poll. Which team do you guys want to hear from? Maybe we'll drop in on one of these teams and see which team do you want to hear from. Which team to hear from? Strawberry. Team 2 or Team 3? Team 1 doesn't like being called Strawberry, so we'll call them Strawberry. Looks like chat knows which team is best. I'm not sure what that's in reference to exactly. They already released UA? Oh, they didn't release it as a subject, though. This is not good. That's not good. You're supposed to release it as a subject. But that does brick the entire war for the other team. Notably, you could hold Burgundy hostage as well for the rest of the game. Oh, it looks like they are going to hold Burgundy hostage. So Burgundy will not be able to declare a war. Burgundy will not be able to declare a war at all, as long as Jing wants to hold them hostage, which is hilarious. They can completely dead stop Burgundian aggression if they wanted to. And this was kind of fascinating. Now, you are supposed to release it as a subject. There is that. But check UA's power rank. Unrecognized regional. GP. Yeah, this is the strat. This is how you do it. You release UA, but you're supposed to release it as a subject. And they did not, but looks like Dual Monarchy is going in on Aragon? That is an interesting one. I guess that this is their ally, right? Yeah, so this must be for... This must be ban slavery. Yeah, something like this. Perfect. Yeah, that makes sense. But it looks like everyone wants to hear from Team Strawberry, so we will end this poll and... So I polled chat as terms of which team they wanted to hear from, and they wanted to hear from you guys on your thoughts on what's going on.
So I think it's hilarious that Jing released UA, so that way I couldn't land on them.
Oh, I think it's perfect.
No. It's a terrible mistake because they were at war, so they have a bunch of conscripts that they cannot demobilize. They can demobilize the generals, but they can't demobilize their conscripts, so they're just going to always be spending money on that.
Well,
and I never mobilized.
So first of all, they should have released UA as a subject, but second of all, if they wanted to, they could hold you hostage the rest of the game.
That's fine, and...
Until you capitulate, but...
Yeah, but, I mean, I'm not losing anything.
No, yeah, sure. That's fine.
And they can't expand anymore in China, because everything left is coastal.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I just fundamentally disagree, right?
I'm not sure what you... I agree that it's probably worse from them. I think it's funny they can hold you hostage. I think it's potentially smart for them to hold you hostage for a little bit, but you know, because this prevents any offensive wars by your strongest player, and you're only like really strong non-landlocked player, right? But you can still help people out defensively, and the conscripts, I agree.
But if like Bohemia enters an offensive war, I can still join that.
Yes, but you can't. You just can't start wars yourself. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You can enter offensive. Also, I'm a little bit bummed that Team 3 was not aware they could release England as a subject. But
no, because they would have actually been released either way as what it is, because they would have been a major power, so they would not have been a subject.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay.
Yep. I saw it in another game. Someone released Ukraine.
Oh, that was me.
Yeah.
That's how I know 100% for sure.
Alright. Okay. I'm gonna join back in Nor.
Thank you.
Alright, so they are having a time. There's a bug where if release nation is unrecognized as recognized power, it gets released, I think. Maybe it's the result of a bug. I will ask them at some point. But things are proceeding. Hello?
Is there a player war that's not China and Burgundy?
Not that I know of. Are you
Okay,
asking
then
about
can you go
speed?
speed 4?
Yeah, sure. This seems fine.
Alright, thanks.
Yep. PTSD indeed. But we have a little bit of calm after the storm. I still think... So here's the thing. Team 3 might just decide they don't like Team 1. And they're not happy about Team 1. And they might just go for it. You know? Where they just decide, hey, Team 1, we're going to fight Team 1 for second place. Because this is a fair enough strategy, in which case Team 2 runs away with it. Now, Team 2 is huge, and I wonder if they are going to piece out of this. I'm guessing they negotiate at some point. A white peace, I assume. This is unfortunate. Well, actually... Yeah, maybe it is bugged. Where if you're recognized, you release an unrecognized, it releases it not as a subject. That's unfortunate if it is. Not sure I like giving this land to Japan. What is this? I don't like that, because that's part of Chinese unification, but fair enough. Is Japan involved in any wars? No. Let's just quickly go through what wars people are in. Burgundy is trapped for now. Bohemia is subjugating people. Are they... They're just going for the full infamy. So they might be cut down to size later, but for now they're just expanding this way, and this seems fine. And
hey,
yes.
Oops, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't know
No,
how
go
else
on.
to get.
Yeah.
So they figured. I just wanted to point this out, but to get around this whole thing, they are deleting Barrack.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Sorry.
That's they could do that if they like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting that they're deleting barracks. Let's see what Jing is trapped in a play. We see a conquer state in North India, so I'm guessing this is against Bengal, and I think that this is actually the best place to expand, not in China. If we take a look at the pops, 17 million pops, the GDP is going to be huge, so I think this is really heads-up play. Also, once you lock this in, you're going to get access to this and this later, so you're just going to be able to subjugate them later. I think maybe I like unrecognized regional power. I think maybe I like dominioning them more, but maybe just taking it is fine. It's 6 million GDP. It's pretty sizable. A lot of population there, which is kind of the heuristic for knowing which places are the absolute best to conquer for growing GDP. It's generally population's a pretty good indicator. And that is, other than China, that is kind of the place to go. Kind of would like to see someone take Beijing, but maybe France is just looking not to upset Team 2 by taking Beijing here. Is a possibility. We have Jing, Scandinavia, Japan. I think Jing's trapped. Scandinavia is helping out with this war for some reason. Wait, what? Oh, this isn't their play. It looks like Belgian Confederation is helping out, which I don't know if I like, but okay. It's fair enough, I suppose. If they don't want to accrue more infamy conquering stuff on their own. They do have 20 infamy. They might be trying to stay sub 20 to try and do this diplomatically, which you can. So this is a fair enough strategy. And then we talked about what Belgium is doing, the dual monarchy, or now France is doing. And Aragon is looking decent. I think they have quite a bit of infamy. They have no diplomatic play. And yeah. So things are looking like they've settled a little bit, and especially now that Burgundy is going to be stuck here in this war, and Bohemia cannot declare any war anywhere that is not here because they are landlocked, and so they can only Burgundy can only piggyback on France's wars here, and so this is going to, or sorry, Spain's wars, and so this is going to slow them down. Now, Spain is doing pretty good in terms of the GDP growth. But, yeah, a bit unfortunate on this release. Maybe they did... I don't even know what they did, so... Jing being stuck mobilized is really bad for them. I agree. I think that... It's really bad for them. I agree. And they could delete stuff, but they also can just say... We grew 30 million GDP, what are you guys going to do about it? You know, they're up a ton. And they're going to have truces. Is there someone streaming? It'd be some fun to see how they play. Not that I know of. I will try and ask that in post if anyone streamed it. Burgundy being bricked from offensive wars seems worse to me than Jing being unable to do so. Burgundy represents Team 1's best offensive weapon. This is the thing. Jing is also the first pick from the other team, though. Team 2 can still expand with Japan and Scandinavia. Yes, but they can join defensive wars against Japan and Scandinavia to try and brick them. But they are not going to be able to... Jing's like growth is locked in here unless someone wants to conquer Dainam and Yue and then go in, or Nanjing. So this 20 million is locked in unless someone wants to declare another war first. And they might just be saying, hey, we got 20 million. This is all we need. We can just eco up from here and be stuck in this war. And so Burgundy can still take sides, but their team is down 20 million GDP relative in terms of growth. Why are people deleting barracks? Because they are stuck in a war where no one can win it. They are stuck in a war where neither player can enforce on the other one. And Jing cleverly released Yue here. And so now they have no coastal province, so it's impossible for Burgundy to get anything done here. And so Jing is probably just going to eco up inside. Go Team Vanilla. Team Vanilla, rawr. I think this game is being aware of truces and crucial for both offense and defense. Yeah, you can join defensive wars, which is how teams 2 and 3 could unite against Team 1. I'm thinking Team 3 is going to take this aggression a little bit more personally in the release of England. Says Atlama, I think they can, but they don't want to possibly. They can capitulate. No one's going to capitulate. If anything happens, it's going to be a white piece. This is, in theory, bad for both teams, right? But I think it's probably worse for one team. I think it's maybe worse for Jing. But I think Jing is in a position where maybe they can tolerate that worse to brick Burgundy. Like, maybe this bricking of Burgundy is good enough because you already have an enormous GDP growth locked in. Love the crazy plays. Yeah, this has been a wild start after some significant technical difficulties. But now it's looking relatively chill. I think we should probably take a look at someone's eco. Let's do a little bit of a poll and see whose eco should we look at, or which team's eco should we look at. We'll do Team 2, Team 3, and Strawberry. Because they don't like being called Team Strawberry. 12 millions is not a lot to sleep on, and breaking their growth by keeping conscripts is not great. It's not, but they also have more growth potential in general. Like, the construction, it is easier to construct out an enormous amount in China than it is in other countries. Looks like they're not building... Oh, they are building the logging camps tall. They haven't swapped onto tools for the logging camps yet, but it is going to be a bit of an interesting one. Maybe it's unfair to be calling the Team Strawberry, though, because I think it's causing them to win more polls. Or maybe people are just more interested in Strawberry. It looks like there is some AI conflict in here. I think Russia was an interesting one. If I knew the mod better, I'd be able to evaluate better. I'm not sure how pickable it is as a formable. Looks like they are subjugating Mexico and Scandinavia. I think Mexico... I don't know if they're better than Lusitania, but there is a decent amount of gold. Gold is such a pain to look at, though, because you gotta find a province with a gold mine, and then you gotta do here, and then you gotta click the gold, and then you gotta click sort by potentials, and we see Mexico does have gold potentials, so that's what they're going for. This is the purpose of going for a QQ, by the way. Huge gold potentials, but there's a ton in this place here, so I'd expect that place to be prioritized, and it's not being prioritized at all. And there's a ton of, money available down here. These provinces are really good. A bit shocked to not see anyone take this or any of the other minting places. Yungang Port gives 2,500 minting. No one's taken it. No one's taken Iraq that gives minting. No one's taken Mecca. No one's taken Jerusalem. They all give minting. And so this is a bit of a thing. Looks like Team 2 actually wins this poll. So let's take a look at Jing, Scandinavia, Japan's eco a little bit. Or they were winning the poll. Yeah, they do win the poll. 20 million is a lot to sleep on. You could join defensive wars. Yep. Jing has potential to grow. They need the money that their conscripts are tying up. Yeah, maybe. So here's the thing. They don't pay their conscripts a lot because their normal wage is pretty low. And I'm not sure how many conscripts they actually have raised. These guys aren't raised. These guys aren't raised. These guys are raised, so they've raised some of their conscripts. But maybe they don't care. Taking a look, are we doing any encouraging? Yep, so they're encouraging manufacturing and road maintenance. Huge fan of this. It does make you vulnerable to someone taking this province specifically. Look at these government admins adding. They must be having problems, and they're adding a ton of unis here. This is fascinating. Don't have too much manufacturing here, though. Where are all their tools at, bud? They are building up the iron mines up here. There are a couple places you can build iron. This one you can build the tallest, so I kind of like Tohoku first. If we just take a look at, if we hover GDP, or SOL is probably also would work, but GDP, it does look like most of it is in the capital there, and there's not a huge amount elsewhere. Once they annex here, though, they are going to get all that tasty, tasty gold in the gold fields, which is the main idea, I believe. Probably because no one is used to all that minting. Yeah, but the Team 3 is. Team 3 could have gone for this. They went for this, though. This seems fine as well. This represents an enormous amount of GDP. But going for Mecca and Jerusalem, I think, would be a fine play for anyone. You can see exactly how many conscripts they have raised on the nation's information page. Thank you. They deleted all of their barracks. If they delete all their barracks, they're really probably not paying that much for military. So, does Rev solve the war issue for Jing and Burgundy? Just saying. It would, but if you lose a Rev, you lose your entire country, so it's a little bit risky. I would not want to Rev as Burgundy, because I would be too afraid of the teams joining against me to break the entire country. But this is a way you could do it. This is a way you could do it. Let's take a look at Scandinavia. So we're going to click, and we're going to just hover over this to try and see where their eco is. It looks like they have a little bit in Switzerland. Do they have any decrees? They're promoting social mobility, road maintenance, and resource industries here. This place, I think, is the 15% iron. Yeah, 15% iron, 10% lead. Planning on making a video on state bonuses. There's only 2 places in the world that have lead bonus, as far as I know. But they do have the mines here. The other place that has lead bonus is, like, all the way down here in vanilla. Does it not have it here? It's, like, somewhere over here. It might be one of these little islands. If I enter the construction tab, will I see it? Yeah, this place has lead mining throughput. But we're seeing, a split. I really like the split between, in terms of play, I like the split between manufacturing in one space and in the other. We don't see manufacturing edict here, but in another having all the mining. But this is fine. This seems good for Scandinavia. Can someone puppet you and break through there? You can get puppets and then depuppeted, yes. I think so. And then, what's the last country we need to look at Team 2? We've looked at Jing, so we've got to look at Jing. Now, when we hover GDP, their GDP is huge, and most of this is on the back of, in particular, what is it? How should I say? It's on the back of the subsistence farms and enormous populations. Look like they are building up the unis tall here in Hunan. Seems like an okay place to do it. I usually like to do it in the capital because there's a 50% juice, but they're building up the iron mines in the capital. 50% juice on clout, so boosts up the Intelligentsia more, which I think is generally a favorable thing. But it looks like, can we see their edicts or their decrees? No, we can't. So it's curious where all their decrees are. Would not be shocked if they're running. So encouraging resource and road maintenance here. There's probably, I think that's probably going to be the only edicts they're running. Now, Jiangxi is a fine place. It's the most populous place, so super long term, it would be a nice place to have manufacturing, but I'm guessing they would want to hide their manufacturing deeper in terms of inside of their country. So let's take a quick look. Nobody's paused. Oh. So Lieutenant Potato, okay, yeah, pauses him instantly. Kind of a good cue that a player war has started is a pause. Burgundy is also notably not cut size down to sizable, but Bohemia is. Bohemia has been very active, going for this full subjugation and formation as a form of growing the GDP. Burgundy is stuck in the war. Bohemia is expanding. Spain is, let's see what Spain's up to. Spain is going into Lusitania. What is this war about? They want to puppet Lusitania? Where is Lusitania? I'm not sure exactly where they are. Because this isn't vanilla. I have no idea what country's what. Okay, that's a big country. I don't think there's too much gold here, but this seems like a fine puppet, a fine enough puppet. It will give them kind of fronts in a couple directions if they want them. if they want to annex later. It looks like they are part of this Mexico thing. I'm not sure. Oh, whose side are they on? Because that's not their teammate. They're helping out Mexico. Man, Spain has been so active, you know, trying to stop other people. And so this must be kind of where that's from. They can also, I don't think they, and they've been just, I think, joining late. And so that they don't get any, like, war goals on them. See, all these are on, yeah, it's just, wait, what? Okay, yeah, it's all on Mexico. And so there's that. So Spain needs to be a little bit careful about all that, but they do have another subject here, so that seems fine enough. Jing is stuck in the war still. Japan is not involved in any plays. Scandinavia is going after Mexico, and they are fighting Spain over it. Dual monarchies is probably chilling a little bit. They should have a lot of infamy from this little ingress. A little unfortunate for them. They're kind of struggling. Their GDP's come back up quite a bit, but this is mainly off of these subsistence farms in these provinces. And so they do grab some of the best provinces for boosting up their GDP, though, and expecting to see them be able to hold on to them. And notably, I think they're a little bit better than Chinese provinces, or most of the Chinese provinces, because they are going to have not only a ton of logging, but I believe you can build opium, and you can. Yeah, look at this. Just a ton of logging here in Bengal. And so these lands are pretty valuable because logging is going to be one of the more valuable, you know, things. It might be viable for Bohemia to declare an open market or something like that on UA and offer Burgundy a puppet. That's funny. That's big brain. But that would work. To eventually get in there. And I'm sure they actually wouldn't notice it. Now, are they puppetable? They are regional, so they are puppetable. So this is a potential situation that could be, you know, kind of gone for. Belgian Confed, let's see what they're up to. I think they're just chilling. I think they have 0 infamy. Yeah, this is no good. You always want your infamy to be decaying. If you're not using your infamy decay, you're losing it. Let's see. Aragon is infamous. And they're going after Tunis, which... Yeah, they did have a fail... Oh, did they... What happened here? Oh, they got enforced on and had to release Papal States? That's bad for them. Yeah, so I guess Spain's meddling is really kind of paying off here. Who is playing Spain? PD is playing Spain. Doing pretty good. Now, we do see a pause by PD. And I believe this is because... Spain... PD, who is playing Spain, has to pause whenever he joins someone's play, and he has joined a play, so he will pause. Looks like we're going to see France, Spain, and here's the thing. Burgundy might jump in on this as well. Now, they can't put any war goals in, so I think it'd be kind of bad for Burgundy to join, but just to get in on the war. And let's see. Are there any war goals on Spain yet? You got to start putting some of these on Spain. You got to start punishing them, I think. Or liberate Castile. Wait. Okay, so this is on Spain. Yeah, so... And Spain is not going to have any help. So Spain's about to get shellacked. Spain is about to get punished for their hubris. I was going to say I actually really like Spain's play, but I thought they were only joining when all the maneuvers were used up, which seems 5-head. If they are joining when there's a ton of maneuvers available, it's not as 5-head. And they don't have any troops here, so they instantly get occupied. 0 troops on this front. Must be the current situation. Or was the situation, and they're half occupied? Yeah, this is grim for them. This is horrific. This is how you take an L. Either Jing joins or they have a lot of free GDP walking in there. The puppet wouldn't be part of the war still? Oh, that's right. That's your... Yeah, you were correct. They could offer them just the dirt, though. You could just offer him this. Xiao Zhou. To join in. But you're right, it wouldn't be part of the war. I hate that it's not part of the war, but you could offer Xiao Zhou. You know, in order to stick it in. But this is big awkward for the Spain. We'll probably give a GDP update when this war is up. Seeing a lot of PvP wars here. Not like the first couple of episodes. And Spain just bit off more than they could chew here. The duel? Hell yeah, dude. Let them cook. Alright, we're gonna let the boys cook. And Japan, what are you up to? Your truce should be up with QQ. So why are you not annexing them? Oh, did they so that's Nanjing. What is this? Oh, they still have a truce with QQ. When is it up? 14 weeks? Okay, fair enough. Has anyone taken the minting provinces yet? Nope, nope. Still no one going after the minting. Bye-bye, Spain. Yeah, Spain is getting shellacked here, which is really gonna... I mean, this is so much GDP that they're losing. Because I think if we go on cultures, they're losing the Castile. They needed to move their capital back to Castile's capital. This is the play, for multiple reasons. One, because it's vulnerable and you can get landing, and two, to break the Castile release, although I think then you can release Portugal, but it's smaller. But Spain is in pain. It's Spain without the S. So, yeah, this is quite a bit of a... Yeah. And they didn't even join to get anything. Oh, Liberate Provence? I guess is... Oh, the Kebab just put in Liberate Provence. That's kind of funny. They never win that, though. Spain's just nuked here. And so this is going to be a little bit unfortunate. Maybe we should drop in and see what's going on with Spain. Now, Spain is on Team 1. So why don't we drop in and see what's going on with Spain?
These are unfortunate events.
So Spain,
yeah, I don't know what...
Spain has been very active, and it looks like it's caught up with them here.
It has.
Yes.
I was under the impression that you were only joining when they had exhausted all of their plays, and I was thinking you were super 5-head about it. When they'd already used all their maneuvers.
Oh, it was at 60, so if I was going to join, I had to join then.
Yeah.
And then I didn't realize that France was in there.
They didn't left you,
and
did.
my general still had so long to get over there.
Yeah.
Generalist?
Yes.
I need to leave at probably around 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, we're going to try and get another player. Alright, thank you for reminding me.
No trouble.
Alright, you heard it, stream. We need another player. Who will take the ring to Mordor? See you, Mr. McCoast. If you want to take the ring to Mordor, comment and you will be taking over for Bohemia. Why didn't Burgundy join? I don't know. They might not have had an interest, is a potential. They don't have a native interest here. And once you're at like 70%, it's like, it's hard to put in the interest. So if you want to take the ring to Mordor, please comment in the LFG that you want to take the ring to Mordor. You will be replacing the Bohemia player, who is doing quite well, and is well on their way to forming the Danubian Confederation or whatever. Why does Provence get released? Looks like Castile gets released here. So we do need someone from stream though, or I will have to play, and I would really not like to play. This would be preferable that I could just keep casting here. I think we'll update the GDP though, and talk about that. Or actually we should... Paul34 says, you would, but your internet refuses. Did you try restarting your computer? We see a pause by Tired Star. So that implies that he has joined a war, or is in a war. Yep. Is he in this QQ play? He has joined against Japan to prevent the annexation of QQ. Very heads up. Which, of course, he can do, even though he is at war. But he will have to stay mobilized now. No, not Paul. Having troublesome But we will probably have to take an extended pause in the event that we cannot find someone, in an attempt to find someone. We don't see anyone in the LFG. But we would like to find a sub for Bohemia. I guess we will do a GDP update here, though. It's kind of been a little while since the last one. So, 27 million on Burgundy for a modest gain. Not really getting very much growth out of Burgundy here. 13.3 on Bohemia, which is, you know, a few million here, a few million there. Spain expecting to see it down a little. It's down not as bad as I would have thought. They do have a whole bunch of expansion overseas done, so it's 10.5 million. So overall growth is 9 million. For Jing, we see 92.6 million, so they're still flying. They have 7 million more GDP, and no one can get in on them, so they're just going to keep doing what they're doing. 20.3 for Scandinavia for up about 2 mil, which is decent. Japan is about to get shellacked, but we'll take a look at them now. 18 million. So Japan is growing. That's up 1.5 million, so that's pretty good. Dual Monarchy was at 25 million. They're up quite a bit, you know, in the last little period, up to 42.5. So they have, you know, they are now net positive 4 million on the game session. And we have 12.3 million for Belgian Confed, which is up quite a bit. They're nearly up 100% from game start, but they do start out with a very modest amount. And Aragon is at 12.3 for a 0.2, very modest growth. And we will ship this to the players so that they know what's going on in your house. But we do see the best growth, the biggest both in terms of nominal and absolute, from, you know, the player that was not the aggressor. And so this is going to be interesting here. We do need to find a replacement for Herman, though. Let's take a look at chat if anyone has volunteered to take the ring to Mortar. You restarted everything, but it's been stuck for like 5 hours. Oh no, nearly 4 a.m. and you've stumbled in after a few beers to see you live. Learned a lot from Victoria 3's recently. Thanks for being so informative. You're very welcome, Tomo. We do need to find a replacement. Looks like there is some Diplo occurring between teams 2 and 3 based on movement in the Discord. So I probably should have put that on LFG instead of just the Diplo, but we'll see if we can get someone who's already played before. That way we don't have to, you know, go through the rules. You see a pause by Tim. So I'm guessing he has joined a war, or that was just an accident. But we do see Japan, you know, having trouble, or about to having trouble, with Burgundy. And Burgundy's starting to land. And also, yeah. Now, where is Japan's capital? Did they hide it? They did not tuck it back here. So the question is can you enforce on QQ faster? And so generally speaking, so even though Japan's going to get shellacked, they probably get the enforcement because it's hard to... They need to put... Burgundy needed to put a lot of troops here, and now they need to move them over. And if QQ's capital is over here, it is going to be generally kind of easy, and it is. It's going to be kind of easy to still enforce on them and then white piece out of the interference. And notably, if we take a look at the growth, Burgundy, the Team 1's growth has been small. And I think they've been spending a lot of time and money on military. And to be fair, they have this coming in. So they've been making subjects here, not annexing, and so they will have a big come up here. But other than this, you know, their growth is not spectacular looking. You know, despite the dual monarchy getting broken up, they are still leading in nominal growth and nearly in percentage growth on to Team 1. And so this is a bit interesting that this is occurring and in this current state of affairs for this. All right. Play as Boho. So we are using our @here powers to try and get a bigger number of people to try and... Okay, out in Slava, perfect. Someone is joined. Someone will take the ring to Mordor. Perfect. What are we doing here? We should be watching this over here. The QQ struggle. And we will add speed 3. Okay. Someone just said speed 3. Perfect. And we are adding out in Slava. We're going to add a member. Apologies to everyone for this kind of mid-game type of thing in the LFG, and then in the Diplo we do need to add, because I don't know how to Discord. Perfect. Okay, I think we're set up. I think we're good now. So let's take a closer look at this war and how the enforcement's going. It looks like they are decently going speed-wise into this enforcement here. And I fear that, you know, what has happened is we do not see Burgundy reassigning their forces over here to try and retake the capital, nor are they relanding the capital behind, and they need to do one of these two if they want to win this war. And so they are just thumbing pies here. Oop. So Herman just left. Hey.
Just inform you that I'm leaving right now.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. We are going to get someone in on Team 1, hopefully here in just a second.
Understood. Have yourself a good one.
You too. I'm gonna have everyone join org. To talk about the game. So, obviously I don't want to spoil strategies from any of the teams, because what's going on. We are working on getting someone in. So you out in Slava will be joining you guys, who, because they volunteered to take the ring to Mordor, and so once they join in, we will be doing that. But as far as things are going, do you guys have any thoughts you would want to share publicly with the stream, or each other, or other teams, or anything like that? And if you have any questions for any of them, feel free to let them know.
PD, you're a piece of shit for breaking our truce. I trusted you.
Oh, you're right.
Truce when you capitulated after I beat your ass the first time.
Oh, I didn't know we had a truce.
What do you mean you didn't know you had a truce? You joined the war on me, and then I won.
Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad.
Oh my god, we wrecked you getting Castile though. That was insane.
So
Imagine joining the
if you
war
had-
against me and then not having troops on the front.
I forgot
Also,
that it was the wrong
PD,
general.
you did not pause the second war when you joined.
Which one?
No, he did. I even reminded him.
You did not pause. There was no pause.
Yeah, there was one of them where I didn't.
Oh.
Oh wait,
was
we're
the
getting
one that lost
Altinslava in
Malaria
here.
and the Pope.
Yeah.
Wait, what is Altinslava doing? He's
Isn't
He's
his
taking
PC
his time.
like garbage?
he's what?
He's taking his time, is what it seems like.
I mean, his PC is super slow.
I would be more upset about Castile if we didn't liberate England.
Bruh. Dude, okay, my trench rat never became the frontline commander for any of the battles, and that's how they got my capital. It's like, as
Yeah.
an economic simulator, this game falls really, really far short for any micro and military.
Well,
It's
another
like
part of it
impossible.
is he put in a bunch of enlistment efforts, and you did not at the start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't have.
He had,
needed
like,
him if I just
5.
had the trench rat because I still had I could match him, but I mean, it was a big bummer not being able to get that.
The
trench
two
rat.
battles I watched with the trench rat, he won quite handily.
Yeah, every battle with the trench rat I won.
Yeah.
Those were the two battles.
Alright,
Those were the two
it looks,
battles that he fought.
it looks like Out in Slava is in here. I'm gonna repost the. So currently, by the way, QQ's capital is occupied by Burgundy. Yes. Is that my understanding of the visuals? Someone in chat
Or a coin
mentioned
flip.
this.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. It is
Okay.
occupied.
What the hell's happening?
Yeah. Nice, thank you, Burgundy. Hope you enjoy independence of this country.
I like the
Yeah.
Forever War though.
Wait, Iron Warsmith left.
Yeah.
Wait, are we
Everybody
not
left.
hosting?
Everyone left? Oh, we have to rehost it? Okay.
You
Yeah,
posted
you
it.
have to
Lobby
rehost
code.
Okay, I apologize.
No, I think it was. I think it was the code for this lobby.
It was. So I gotta.
But I don't think hot joining works though.
No.
I'm not. As the host of
Eh.
the game, I'm not a very good host. Let's just put it like that.
I think you're fine.
Yeah.
Do you play much multiplayer?
No, this is it. Just these last 5 weeks, basically.
I mean, you got the
Not yet.
hospitality part down. To be
Yes,
honest.
you do.
Yeah.
Very much.
Do I just throw you guys in a
Yeah.
pit and give you, like, tape your wrists together with duct tape and give you plastic
Yeah.
forks and tell you to just shake each other with Diplo plays?
The only thing I have been very upset about in our game so far is Scandi taking Mexico.
Why is that
Oh.
upsetting?
This guy
That seems-
loses half of Iberia. Is sad that he doesn't get Mexico.
It's for the journal entry. I can't complete it now.
That's too bad. Thought about that before you freed the Pope and Navarra.
I feel like if a team is gonna complain about thumbs going in pies, it should not be Team One.
We never complained. Oh,
what do you mean?
complaining right now.
Who's complaining?
No, it's deserved. I'm just saying it's the only thing I'm upset about.
We never put a thumb in a pie. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
England.
Never.
we never
Never.
complained about it, is what I said. I forgot that he had just complained about it for no reason.
No, I didn't
Yeah,
complain
by
about
the
it. It was
way,
completely
there is
deserved.
thumb in my pie right now. Not
I have a thumb in my pie too.
They're
Yeah.
really good, guys. Come on, you can't make such a delicious pie and not expect me.
The
we
the
do it.
checksum is 5B, 9B. By the way, why did Provence get released? By the way.
Oh,
Oh,
because it
Franklin
didn't read.
cannot read.
Yeah.
Oh, so Wargle
Yeah,
got
he
proposed of sneaky
Yeah, he
Wargle.
I left
No,
the
he-
war so that I could.
out.
Yeah.
I left
He
the
was
war.
just in the war to fight Spain to release Castile, and once that was done, he left because Aragon could handle Ottomans by himself. But he didn't read that Kebab had the war goal on him, so he just capitulated.
Oh, That's
Oh my
a
God.
shameful display. So now no market access. I hope you weren't building
Yeah,
at
I
all
know.
in there.
A little. I mean, the construction sectors there will still transfer over to like my.
We
national
don't
construction.
talk about this. We don't talk about this.
You might want to swap them back to wood frame if they're not.
We don't even need to do anything. The other two teams are killing themselves.
Yeah.
All right, so
I've had a doozy of a day, officer.
out in Slava,
College kids are out here killing themselves on my property.
out in
I
Slava,
have to say the GDP is still
hold up.
much closer than I thought.
Out in Slava,
Yep.
you will be taking over Bohemia on Team 1. I'm not sure if you've been following the stream. Your mic is also muted.
I think it's staying muted. Oh.
Bueller.
There you go.
Did you catch, or did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
What a chill voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to turn his mic off.
I mean, I can try speaking louder.
Just turn.
How much longer do we go for?
We're going till 1:15 PST, which is an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
So we're probably gonna get 11 or 12 years.
Into 15. It's gonna be the end of me.
Huh?
Just Burgundy and China being locked in permanent war.
The eternal conflict.
I think the best part about that is that China just deleted all their barracks.
Yeah, it's the peace dividend, except there's no peace.
Peace dividend while at war.
You know how it is sometimes.
They did actual proper isolationism, but for real.
Yeah, they are.
You
They
guys can't touch me.
Yeah, taking all the non-coastal provinces is super 5-ed.
They got what Japan always wanted.
So we are. You have the link out in Slava in the Diplo chat. Can you see that? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Which then in a second. Download the mod.
I think you've purchased in Louisiana.
Unpurchased Louisiana. So who's playing Belgian Confed?
Me.
Did you consider in the war at the very start? Did you think about leaving the dual monarchy to try and win against Plantagenet?
I mean that was the plan, but like a freaking Venice joined, which makes the 1v1 at the start quite frisky, and then they occupied my other HQ and they couldn't use it for naval invasions anymore.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's why I went for Venice so quick, was to try to pull the Venetians off.
Oh, that's smart.
And that's when Spain got me the second time without the pause, and then I had 4 fronts open up in Italy. I was trying to rearrange everything.
Yeah, you
Wasn't
gotta
able to get a
pause.
war goal on them.
Currently there's no penalties in the rule set, but we might introduce some sort of penalties for not pausing. I don't know.
Give me back England.
Yeah, that's
Did you try releasing England as a subject before you got
Didn't
enforced
need
on?
war.
It
It wouldn't have mattered.
Got released. I mean,
It would have been the same outcome.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. It's the same thing. You just release them and they immediately become a major power, which prevents them from being a protectorate or anything else.
That's like a bug, because you can definitely have people that are like
Yeah.
that size.
No, it's like major powers cannot be protectorates.
No, but it
can
prevents
be-
them from becoming majors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, but it doesn't.
That's why it's bugged, yeah. And we will probably give like a 2-minute grace period to Slava to figure out like his country.
Well, we're gonna jump into the team then, and
yeah, jump into the team and talk about strategy. You guys go
Wait,
ahead.
so
I'm curious why Andalusia and Badajoz didn't get released with Castile.
I think they only had enough maneuvers for one.
No. Castile should have Eastern Andalusia. And
Is it
sometimes
Castilian
Western
homeland?
Andalusia.
Yeah. Oh, I have no idea.
Alright.
No, I'm just
Okay.
pondering out loud.
Yeah, they're not normally released in vanilla.
Is it according to Homelands?
I think it's according to Homelands, but I can't check cultures until I click start game.
I think it's
Oh, weird.
predetermined. I think it's just in the history files what gets what.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm gonna click start, and then we will give everyone 2 minutes, and then catch up with the chat. You think Japan is not occupying the war goal? That's the Burgundian flag. Oh yeah. Exactly. Wow, is chat really that far behind? Okay. But that is the Burgundian flag there. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on whose team you're rooting for. We will have a little bit of a 2-minute truce, and then we're going to be going for like another hour and 10 minutes. And so things are kind of coming to a situation where I think Jing kind of has it locked up unless someone does the 5-head play. You know, Burgundy can't start a war, but what someone could do is they can start a war against Yue, sway Burgundy, give Burgundy this province, Shaozhou, in order to get in on Jing. Or they could start a war, you know, with Qing and give them any Qing province. That is going to get them in as a primary war goal, as a means to get in there. I think this is kind of not the most straightforward thing to occur to a player, though, so I'm not expecting to see it. And so we will see how that shakes out. Why don't we just take a look at the Diplo? When exactly I said 2 minutes? I said it nearly 2 minutes ago, like a minute and a half ago. And we're also going at speed 3, you know, and so I think things will be okay. Moscow has been growing a little in terms of the AI. Has anyone been colonizing? It doesn't look like too much colonizing. A little by Scandi, it looks like. A little bit by Burgundy. I think Burgundy's colonizing over here. And so we do see a little bit of colonization occurring. But we are off and away. Again, yet again. Trying to get in on it. Now, I think that we did update the score, right? Or did we not update for everyone? We might not have updated for everyone. So 9.2, 3, 39, and 11. 9.2, 39, and 11. 9.2, 39, 11. Nope. Okay, everything is up to date. Perfect. We are good to go for now. Now, there was a big war going on, and I forget what it was, other than this Castile release. Wow, they're at war again? What's going on? Oh, it's with QQ to stop QQ. This war is with Nanjing, with Scandinavia. What do you want from Nanjing? Conquer Suzhou, return... Oh, are they going for it? Liberate Xia, conquer Zhuzhou, return Zhejiang. Well, that's you, Shaozhou. This is Shaozhou. And this is... Okay, so they're coming in here. So Spain will have an entrance to Jing now. And they can also declare war on their ally and then give up the province when their ally asks for it. This would also be a 5-head way to get in, and maybe this is the idea here, so that Burgundy can get in on Jing and enforce on Jing. They have had this war for some time, and they are just holding Burgundy hostage, I think is the idea. The war reps and the revoke claims and open the market, though, that's not enough to kneecap Jing. And they're going to kneecap Jing in order to catch up, because Team 2 is far and away, like, running away with it with the GDP growth. And so, I think that, yeah. Let's see if we can get something a little bit more exciting. Get some intense music in here. And so, Bohemia is just continuing to do their thing. I think that they're going to get the formation, subjugate, puppet. I think they're going to get this before. And Bohemia is also, like, the Bohemia cannot be broken up except by Scandinavia. And so they're not vulnerable in that way as well. But, oh, it looks like Japan's relanded QQ. And they're probably going to win this as long as they can keep relanding, as long as they're not super scuffed at home, which they're not. They're probably patrolling with a lot of navies here. Or this is kind of the way you try and protect the single island. Notably, Japan is easier to defend. Yeah, they do get landed, though. Hopefully, they have troops there to catch. It looks like they do have a little bit of troops there to catch. Not a lot. we'll see how that shakes out. It does look like a cacophony of landings are coming in. Yeah, so they did have a decent amount of troops there, but they are catching the multi-land. What you need to do is you need to be also patrolling with, like, several navies of 5 in order to kind of defend against this type of tactic, but it looks like several of these are not going to get in, and then one very last one, this should get in, this 2.8k, and establish a front. Then once it's in, this general will just get promoted up all the way, and so Japan will have a pretty big negative ticking war score. But overall, Burgundy's really not come along in terms of GDP growth very much, and they've taken this Avignon, and I think that's all they've taken. And they've gotten a little bit from colonization, but this isn't enough to, like, keep up with, you know, Jing returning a bunch of Qing states. All 3 teams will lose because none of them chose Poland. Maybe they lose the moral victory. Boho might take Poland. That might happen. And so it's curious. Let's see how. Yeah. Okay. So they're maybe going to try and give this province away to Burgundy after taking it for their teammate. They will declare on Burgundy, and then Burgundy will put that in and then capitulate. Ooh, looks like Burgundy actually did pick up this at some point. Interesting. Looks like Spain is getting occupied, so we will see how much Scandi really wants to kind of do this. Now, Scandinavia is probably trying to prevent a front from occurring, this sort of thing, an additional front. But I'm guessing we'll see another enforcement first, you know, on the Nanjing rather than Scandinavia. Just like a QQ, we will probably see Japan get an enforcement off on them. They're negative 13, despite the fact that I think that Japan, looks like they're re-landing behind. This is another thing you also do when you get navally landed, is you can re-land behind multiple times. It takes Burgundy a really long time to move their troops from the Burgundian HQ over to here. It would be preferable if they could, you know, build out of a different HQ somewhat closer, so that they could move the army faster, but they don't have too many good options. Maybe they could annex these guys and build out of here, something like this. But I think that maybe we should update. Let's take a look at the GDP, and maybe we should update the GDP if things have moved a little, but I don't think they have. I think that the 26 million for these guys, we gotta pull up my thing. Yeah, so Burgundy's actually down GDP since the last I looked. Awkward. And they just aren't growing, like, economically. They are, you know, throwing their big schlanger around, but they're not growing. And so I think that this is looking like Team 2's game, and Team 1's hyper-aggressive opener is kind of punishing them right now, because they're not getting anything done. It's very funny to watch Jing just, you know, have grown so much, even just releasing UA. They lost all of this 5 plus 1.5, so that's 7. They lost 13 million GDP from releasing UA, and it doesn't matter, because they were able to take so many Chinese provinces while dual monarchy and Burgundy were fighting. I also think that, you know, Burgundy maybe misidentified who needed to be kneecapped at game start, and maybe it was Jing that needed to be kneecapped at game start. And so, yeah, this is also not sure why you go after Nanjing over Beijing. Really curious to see no one go after Beijing, where there is, of course, the Forbidden City. And so, yeah. Does seem like we're going a little bit slow here, but that's okay. Let's see, what are we doing here? They're continuing to win this war. Wait, what? Are there no fronts? Can you not get there? Oh, he might not have front access into there if this is a dominion. Which it is. awkward. So he's probably just waiting that down, which is probably a symptom of him not being the one to start all of these. And so is Munster also in the same boat? Yep, so Munster's not... Oh, yeah, so he can't get to Munster either. So he's just stuck there. I assume he's not going to capitulate. What do you have to give up here, my guy? In order to do this, you have to liberate 3 guys. Yeah, he's not going to do that. So he's just got to wait until they are willing to white peace. So these guys are frozen. Trinkledink does pause, so he might be joining a play here. Well, he's already part of this. Not too much on this, though. Or remaining on this. I'm assuming this is a relic of a different war. It just humiliates all around. Getting humiliated is not catastrophic either. And so this is kind of fine. Alfred says he is home. If someone can play it, tell me. I will let you know. We did have someone need to drop out, but we found a replacement. But currently, let's see if QQ is getting up. QQ... Oh, man. Japan has not managed to keep the re-landings up. They just need to keep landing and landing and landing and landing, and I think they might be prioritized defending the landing, but here's the thing. An independence CB does not require owning the capital. So independence can always be enforced on you, so you really got to try and land them up, and they are not doing it. So QQ is probably going to get released. Burgundy is playing like world police here, but their GDP is relatively stagnant is the problem. 26.2. Their GDP has been trending downwards over the course of the entire game here, which is certainly not ideal. And I think that they might be just applying too much force in terms of their endeavors. I don't know if they're still doing the conscription efforts, but it's probably... No, that doesn't look like they are. But they might be, you know, having too big a military here, or they might have wound up their military too large. Their power projection doesn't even seem that high. Or is that just me? Maybe that's just me. This is just the mod. The power projection is way higher. No, Scandi and Boho are both stronger than Burgundy now. So Burgundy is falling behind a little bit in terms of things. I think we will give an eco update to the players because there is 1 hour remaining. Until we rescore the things, so we will just kind of put in our eco update. So we do have the eco tab pulled up over there, and so things will be good. So let's take a look at Burgundy. They were at 27 million last check-in, and they are 27.2. They managed to pick something up in the couple minutes since we last looked at them, so they're up a little bit. 5 million total growth from game start. Bohemia is up to 14.8, so they grew another like 1.5. But they are stuck in a war that maybe locks them in for a while, and Spain is getting shellacked. They are at 11, representing a 0.6 million GDP growth. And so in total, just to 11 million growth. So Team 1 had like this very, very explosive start with Burgundy, Bohemia, and Spain, but it's not playing out for them. And I think this was the team that chat thought was strongest in the draft, although it's not necessarily, you know, it's just the draft. Jing up another 10 million for 102 million for a total of 41 million GDP growth, and they're running away with it. And Qing was unselected, and I think Qing being unselected really makes this Jing pick look absolutely insane. Scandinavia is at 21.1. For, you know, a slight growth, and Japan is probably losing the war. They're at 17.7, and they release QQ. So they do get enforced on here, and it's nearly 50 million GDP growth. Now, dual monarchies, which is now France, is up to 46 million, so that's another 10% growth. So they're cranking it out. They're growing, they're catching back up. Belgium was at 12.3 last session, now they're at 13.1. which this last check-in wasn't too long ago, so that seems fine enough. And Aragon, I think they've picked up a little bit of dirt since last check-in. They're at 12.5, and they were 12.3 last time, so about the same. And so we have, you know, kind of the figures going in, where it looks like, pretty squarely, we have the team 2 in first place, team 3 in second place, and team 1 is in last place at this juncture. And so we will give a score update here as to what's going on. But I really think that Bohemia needs to form someone in the next hour for Team 1 to have a chance, and then Team 1 will actually look in decent shape once this happens. So this will be good for them if they can get it done. Now, are there any PvP wars is the question. I don't think there's any. Let's quickly go through it. France is a pariah. They're starting war with the Mughal Empire. Wow, looking after some more high GDP growth dirt. This is a war that we're not counting as a PvP war. I think that we can go back up to speed 4. So we are cranking at speed 4 now. I think there's no more PvP. And it looks like Team 2 and 3 are negotiating. And I'm not sure what they're negotiating exactly, but they are negotiating. And this is a little bit strange, because it should be Teams 1 and 3 that are negotiating. And I think this is perhaps one of the downsides of being this aggressive early on, is it makes people... I think you're supposed to sit and reap the peace dividend early on. But the strategy is interesting, right? Where you're just going for both teams. You just say, we have the way bigger military. We're just going to go for it. And it seems that this is maybe not the way. Also, seeming to reassert, like, in terms of what picks should be prioritized, you know, Qing and Vanilla, I think, is super underrated. Went unpicked 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago now. And Jing is demonstrating to be extraordinarily strong just because you can crank out so much growth. And you just grow the GDP so much. Remember, they still have conscripts that are mobilizing it. They're doing this through mobilized conscripts. And it's, they also have the highest percentage GDP growth. So even if we scored by... Ooh, they're getting all these early demobilizations. Can you demobilize? Can you demobilize? What are they doing here? Do they have a wait? No, their conscripts are still mobilized. You can't demobilize conscripts, unfortunately. Hopefully that'll be the case at some point in the future. But we might take a little bit of a sneak peek, a little peekaroo at what Team 3 and 2 are talking about if they're still in discussions. So... I was going to warn them that I'm going to join, but then that would alert Team 1 that there's currently negotiations, so I'm just going to join. So, stream can hear you. What are you guys talking about in here?
We are...
You don't have to answer.
A surprise tool that will help us later.
A surprise tool that will help you later. Yeah. Okay.
Team 1 probably already knows, so like...
Yeah.
Team 1 probably already knows. Yeah, it's not very subtle.
It's because of the amount of time you guys spend in our channel.
Yeah, there's sneaking suspicion that's a bit of a giveaway, but...
a little bit. Yeah.
A little bit. So it's a surprise. Well, I'll let stream know it's a surprise.
Hold on, surprise.
I mean...
So there's a surprise here for you guys, apparently. Teams 2 and 3 are trying to work together. We're going to kind of open the overlay. And I'm kind of a little bit curious what they're working on, especially... So Teams 2 organizing with Team 3 is just fantastic for Team 2. It's insanely good, because Team 2 is far ahead in the lead. Teams 1 and 3 need to organize against Team 2, and they only have an hour to do it, and I don't think it's going to get done. But this is like really heads up Diplo, because Team 3, this is the Divergences team, they might be upset about this England thing at the game start, right? And so this is an example of how sometimes you can fall on your own sword, perhaps. If something might be objectively good, but is bad because, like, releasing England is bad because you make a team mad at you. Because Team 3 might just be mad enough at Team 1 to not organize against Team 2, and instead is organizing with Team 2 so they can fight for 3rd place. Also, if Team 2, like, proposition this to Team 3, hey, you guys aren't catching up, how would you like 2nd place? This is quite a bit of an interesting, that's like 5-head diplomacy right there, where you're like, hey, you guys can't catch up, but we can organize and secure you guys 2nd place, because currently, you know, it is a bit of a toss-up between who gets 2nd place, especially once Boho manages to do something. So France has started a conquer state play against Scandinavia, and Spain has started annex subject play. That's poor timing from Spain, considering I think that, let's see if they are doing anything else, what they are putting in against Scandi. So it's just against Gujarat. We do see a pause. Okay, I was about to pause because they are supposed to pause for 15 seconds when they start a play against another player. But this is relatively fine, and they pause, and they might be unpausing. I'm assuming they're unpausing here, but they have conquered Gujarat here. And I'm guessing that this is going to be the play... Wait, what's going on? Scandinavia, that's the wrong team. Why are they... This isn't Team 1. What is going on here? I'm uncertain what's going on. I thought they were starting a play against Team 1. I guess not. Team 2 helped France. Team 2 did help France, but you should forget prior... So they're aware that the pause is probably unnecessary because they're aware what's going on. The other team's been informed. But... I don't know what... Is this just to open the Aragonese market? But why would France start it? Oh, are they intentionally creating a truce? I'm so confused what this is about. No more war goals have been added. I assume they're just intentionally creating a truce. I mean, I'm so confused. I don't understand what's going on here. I'm so confused. So Scandinavia is with the Jing and Japan, and they haven't put in any more war goals, including war reparations. Although, to be fair, Spain has been joining everything late, so you should probably just add war goals after 70% escalation, because Spain's been late joining on everything. Pretty consistently. It looks like the Belgian Confed is going for a couple conquests. I don't think they're going to be able to form the country in time. They're not going to be able to get their subjugations in time. We do get empiricism. Hell yeah, brother. And so it's just Bohemia that has the potential to get this. Man, this sucks for them, though, that they're locked in this war. That they thought they had a puppet, and it was not a puppet, it was a dominion. And so this kind of really bricks their growth potential here in Bohemia. And to be fair, this might cause them to not get second place. This one specific thing. Still absolutely wild, and I don't know what this play is about. Are they waiting to 70% escalation? They must be waiting to 70%, and then they're going to put in more war goals. Or are they trading Gujarat? Because you can just... I guess they're letting it escalate. Oh, I'm so confused. This, of course, is... Jing is holding Burgundy hostage here. And they will continue to do so, apparently. Yeah, the Burgundy initially had no problem with this, but I think that they did not recognize the danger of this enormous growth potential. And so Team 2, yeah, I'm guessing they are just securing a truce against each other. This has to be what this is, right? They're intentionally creating a truce with Aragon, France, and Scandinavia. And the only purpose is, I mean, there's a PvP war, but it's going to be back down. Yeah, sure. Alright. So there is a PvP war, but it's between you guys, and I assume this is a Diplo PvP war.
No, it was by accident.
Okay, so that's why it was slower. Okay. Yep. So the accidental conquering of Gujarat. I guess they'll just wipe peace out of this. I could have seen just France back down, but now they have a truce. And if you back down, you don't get a truce, I don't think. No, you still get a truce. And so now, Scandinavia can't go offensive against Aragon and France, and vice versa. And they immediately wipe peace, and we continue on our merry way. That was very confusing. The misclick actually makes more sense than anything else. Not sure why they didn't resolve it earlier, and so we're continuing to see. I'm so curious what the surprise is now between teams 2 and 3, what the idea is. You know, especially because Team 2 is the team that's in the lead right now. Like, I feel like you should not be making agreements with Team 2 when you are Team 3 and you are so far behind, unless your agreement is to secure you a third place, which, like, just looking at Boho, I'm not certain how secure that is, because they are almost certainly researching towards nationalism, pan-nationalism, whatever they need here. Of course they can't conquer all of them because it's too difficult, but other than that, you know, it's looking like they're going to form whatever they need to form. I think they are a pariah, so they can be cut down to size, but they can't be ingressed into. Unless Scandinavia starts play on Boho at the very end, which would be a little bit crazy. And maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's the secret. That teams, 2 and 3 have decided they're going to cut down to size Boho and secure second place for Team 3 and first place for Team 2 with the Jing first pick. I think I discussed this Jing first pick with them, and I said it would be absolutely insane if Qing didn't get picked, and it didn't, and that's just crazy to me. Absolutely insane that this didn't get picked up. I think that these are some of the strongest picks, and I don't know if they're first picks, because you can pick one or the other, but I think that just leaving the Qing on the table was a really big mistake. To go for, like, Aragon has basically not grown their GDP. Spain has got, like, awkward situations. They have climbed up their GDP by annexing a subject here. Which one did they annex? What? Who did they annex here? Was it this? No, that's Cuba. Color me confused. I know they annexed someone to get a chart looking like that. That's annexing, but I don't know where they annexed. They already annexed this very early on. Intelligentsia started embargoing France. Big nice. Looks like this will be a very comfortable sort of thing. But they don't get from this leadership over the region, so I don't think it's possible in the next hour for them to form. I do not think this is possible. I think we're going to get another 10-year session, which is not quite preferable. I wish we could just go 15 years every session, because I think this is a good amount. Aragon's still going for the formable Aragon, Italy. I don't think they're going to get that in time. I think Boho is the only one who potentially gets a formable off. And Jing just holds Burgundy hostage. This is such a funny thing. You can't do anything. You're stuck in on UA. It would have been hilarious if they could hold multiple players hostage with this release here. Spain notably can give up this. They can declare war on their ally here of Burgundy, and then Burgundy puts this as a war goal, and then they can give it up, and then Burgundy can actually get in here. And, well, they would have had to have done this forever ago, but, it is an option. Now, let's just kind of go through the diplomacy here. Or actually, let's take a look at someone's eco. So let's look at Burgundy. Let's look at what Burgundy's doing in terms of eco, because I really feel like they're not running. So they're not running any edicts that I can see. Okay, so let's look at some of the buildings, because they have not experienced a lot of economic growth, and so I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on with them. So they have Flanders. They built unis up to 21. Okay, they got some clothing there. They don't have tools there. Someone else on their team might be specializing tools, just to be clear. Like, because if we look in the Burgundian market, why don't we look who's making the tools? Nope, they're not. Huh. They're making all their own tools. Okay. They don't have any at a particularly high level. Trying to find, it looks like they're building the iron tall here. Probably shouldn't be running that uni. You just kind of want one university, but not the end of the world. We got Bohemia, who notably, do we have split unis? Yeah, nope, we just have just the two. No, we have split unis. But notably, we have really split unis. But notably, Bohemia can build a ton in Silesia. Really do like if they are using, they're using road maintenance, but would love encourage resource industry. I'm not the biggest fan, unless it's a huge percentage of your population, not the biggest fan of promote social mobility, but it's not the end of the world. Looks like they have decided to specialize iron here. Maybe they start off with a lot of iron mines, this is why they're doing it, but you could build these all tall here, but maybe this makes sense. I don't know how many iron mines they start with. I kind of generally like preferring manufacturing in the capital. It looks like they don't necessarily have a manufacturing hub either. And then Spain's probably got an awkward situation because they probably lost something big. Look at this, adding 15 textile mills. You got to use your control and shift key. Yeah, their eco looks like they probably lost something big. Like their tooling workshops or their iron. Ooh, the gold mine's painful to lose. So that's kind of... I'm not... I think Team 1 is not ecoing up as well as they could. Behind their very aggressive open. Which I don't necessarily hate. I still have... I think the jury's out on whether or not opening that aggressively is good. I think you do run the risk of making people angry with you. We still haven't seen the surprise here, which is fair that they want a surprise, but I'm guessing it's cut down. My guess is it's cut down to size CB. I do see in the Discord someone maybe pinged me. Okay. Okay. I've been messaged about something that is supposed to be kept safe and secret, and luckily I am keeping it safe and secret. Both safe and secret, as it were. As safe and secret as possible. So we are on the Diplo thing for the chat, but it's looking like Team 2 is going to be in really solid shape here. In the given situation, and I actually cannot imagine, if Team 3 is working with Team 2, I actually cannot imagine a scenario where Team 2 loses this. Because there's no... You have to do multiple wars to cut down Jing. There's no big releasable. You're going to have to take individual states. We can take a look at their eco, but their eco is... How should I say? It's distributed, right? This is their GDP. There's no... And so... What is it? Jiangxi, Shangxi? Jiangxi? Or sorry. Let's go zoom in a little. So this is where a lot of their built-up eco is. This is where a ton of native eco is, because it has the most arable farms in the country. And this is where a whole lot of... They might be encouraging resource industries here. Yeah, they are. They might be encouraging them here. And road maintenance. Yep, this is the way. And then where are they building their manufacturing is the question. But I really like encouraging resources here, because this has the most logging camps out of any place, and so you can get the most economies of scale here, and you can build the coal mines up. This has the most iron mines, and you can do that. You know, you can afford to run both as China generally, and just looking to see if they have encouraged manufacturing anywhere, or if they are, maybe they're importing. They're encouraging resources industries here as well. Maybe that's a little too much resources, but are they just importing their manufacturing? They might just be importing manufacturing. I'm not seeing any. Oh, there's the tools. So are you encouraging manufacturing in Hainan? No, but you got road maintenance. Okay, fair enough. It's good to annex your big subjects, like the East India Company and normal Victoria. Is it good? It is a really good way to grow GDP. But it looks like we might be stuck. Oh, nope. Looks like we were stuck. Game is a little choppy. Why are we getting stuck on Thursdays? The hell? The game doesn't think on Thursdays. And Slava's having problems. Okay. Okay. Ottoman Empire going for Macedonia. They do have claims there. Ottomans are an interesting pick because they do have an enormous amount of claims. Looks like Aragon is going to occupy Venetia here. Keep things going. Boho, the question is are they going to get their formidable first? And I don't know the answer to this. Ooh, it looks like Poland and Hungary are helping out there. Hungry hippos. But generally a fan of kind of what Jing is doing. Where are they getting their tools, though? But maybe they just are producing all their own tools. Yep. They're importing some tools, which I think is not preferred, but they're importing them, I'm guessing, from Japan, which is just fine. Japan's probably, let's see if they have, like, they're encouraging manufacturing in Kansai, and they are starting to build up in Kansai here. They are notably subsidizing stuff. And all this seems fine. Does this mean he is desynced? What does that mean? So we're all on 22. We're all on the same thing except for him. Rough. Kind of not seeing any moves after a very explosive opening, though, in terms of PvP wars being declared. And, you know, are expecting maybe something else. These guys are going for that. Looks like we are kind of going to be closing in on the 10-year mark pretty soon here, and we might just barely pass over 10 years. We're having significant chop in terms of the performance. I gotta ask someone afterwards exactly why the performance is, why the game's gotten so slow. But even with the game really slow, you know, we can talk about this opener that Burgundy had, just declaring on dual monarchy, releasing England, and taking Avignon, which is like a decent cut. I wonder why I guess they wanted the resources here. That's a good amount of logging camps. If we look at the logging camps potential, show potentials, this is looks like the best place you could take. In terms of logging camps from France, so that makes some sense to take that in particular. you know, that would be good. Is Boho out of their war yet? They're not, unfortunately for them. Should I just white piece for him? Let me just white piece for him. It's, well, I wouldn't, except he was the player who joined. It always goes fast when you're in. Yeah, it's, I believe it's the new player in Slavia who's slowing it down a little bit. Why don't we see about how chat feels about... Hello?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We are seeing a kind of gentleman's agreement breaking here. So.
And was that?
Yeah, Belgian Confederation declared another war to subjugate Finland.
No. So we're just gonna see if Team 3 can join, because they're confident that they can join the war against Bohemia. So we'll just trust them on that. And
yeah, but if they can,
what happens?
We will have to call that in. Yeah.
Is the plan to do 2 wars or 1 war?
I think just 1 war to do that. That's what we agreed on.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm gonna take a look at the exact
we'll do 1 war then.
language that was sent to me.
Yeah.
We will help you cut them down to size. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what we
that's exactly what we said.
Yep.
After.
Okay.
There was no specificity that there would be no other wars.
Yep. All right.
Okay, fine.
Maybe.
We just expect
But
you to be there.
If you can't join when the play gets launched, then you will have broken the agreement.
No. Yeah. I know. We have our interests set. My interests are set.
Right.
Okay. And now chat knows, because I didn't reveal it to chat before.
Alright.
Alright. So, it looks like they're going to cut down to size Boho. And if they cut down to size Boho, this secures second place for Team 3, I think. Because Boho, I think Team 1 needs this Boho thing to pop off. I think we're going to take a look at GDPs, though, considering there's probably going to be significant game action here. So we're going to see the pre-war and post-war GDPs. And so let's take a look. Burgundy, currently sitting on 29.9, so around 2 million GDP growth. And the thing is like, you just watch all this growth, and then you like look at Jing and Xing or whatever. Boho just got declared on 16.1 million for like a 1.5 million GDP growth since last check-in. We do see the pause from the Dow. We got 18.6 for Spain, so Spain came up 7 million. By annexing one of their subjects. Annexing a subject is a tremendous way to grow your GDP, and so it's going to be pretty good. Jing is 113, so up like another 11 million, and so they're running away with it. Scandinavia is up to 22.5, up around a million, nothing too crazy, and Japan, you know, with this war, they're really locking in their spot as well, because no one's going to cut Jing down to size while they're... Yeah, 19.6 for Japan, up around 2 million for around, 5 million growth on the session. And then dual monarchies, which is now France, is up to 51.9. Belgian Confed is up to 10.6, or sorry, down to 10 points, or wait, what? I can't read. I was reading Pop. They're up to 17.7, which is up around 4 on since last pick. They did pick up some land over here. And then finally we have Aragon, which is up to 21.1, nearly doubling. Insane. And so we will send the growth out. And I think that this is going to be perhaps a little bit of a reason why you don't kneecap people on day one, because, you know, this is a situation, we're going to upload it to the chat so everyone can see. This is a situation when you kneecap someone on day one, and they turn around and they decide to play against you in this way, to play for second. you're going to be in for a horrible time here. And we do see, let's take a look at what exactly the war goals are here in the boho situation. It's just cut down to size. I think they can't add any more, and they are just looking for Scandi war reps only, kind of expecting to see more. Let's see who has joined. Burgundy has joined boho, and are expecting to see Spain join boho as well. We do see a pause because Belgian Confed and Japan have both joined Scandinavia. And Jing has joined Scandinavia. Looks like a bit of moral support from Jing. Because... Oh, this will... So this is interesting. Jing cannot be enforced on in any sort of way. But there's going to be no war goals on Jing. So eventually they can tick down. But we see Japan, Belgian Confed, Scandinavia, Jing, France, and Aragon all in on the boho cut down to size. Return Pomerania has not been made primary, neither has Return Mecklenburg. You might as well just put in a whole bunch of stuff. But boho is going to get enforced on here, which in an absolute wild ending that, you know, this is how things are going to ostensibly progress. And so we're going to see one last player war to kind of cap out the situation. Now, I'm wondering why there's a pause, because everyone's already joined. Okay, no, he paused because Spain joined the war. Got it. So Spain and Burgundy. So now this is a full 6v3, where, you know, the first place team and the second place team are stomping down on the third place team. And so I think whoever negotiated this needs brownie points. And kind of thinking who gets the generalist point here, who I have in mind currently is the dual monarchy player, and Jing is kind of the two players I have in mind. Not that chat will necessarily be the decider, but I think between dual monarchies and Jing are kind of like the two that I'm looking at right now, because Jing has been organizing their economy in a way that I like. Dual monarchy has been kind of heads up. Well, I guess we could take a closer look at their eco. I think I maybe didn't like the way that they were doing eco. They are enlistment efforting now. So they have probably gotten rid of all their eco decrees, which makes a whole lot of sense, but we can still see kind of a relic of maybe some specialization somewhere. Looks like they probably had, or wait, looks like they might have had encouraged manufactories there. But this is not good for Bohemia and Burgundy. Now, there are no war goals on Jing, specifically, so this won't be a forever war for Bohemia versus Jing, but, yeah, I think it's between Jing and... We'll probably talk with the players afterwards for a generalist point. But I'm thinking it's between the dual monarchies, because the dual monarchies, despite absolutely getting clapped at the beginning, which I think to some degree is outside of their control, have managed to, you know, kind of work up. They're up 13 million. They're up the next most out of everyone, and I think this is partially a result of the dual monarchies being strong start, but like they got cut in half. And then they climbed back up to 51 million GDP. And so I think that this is, you know, an indication. And we know where it's coming from. It's coming from this. Like, this is mainly where it's coming from. But they are the only player that's really actively accumulating GDP through conquest of the AI, other than Jing, who also did it. You know, this has just been a very PvP-oriented session. And is this war popping off yet? I think that the play should be popping off soon. Let's zoom out so we can get the thing, diplomacy, and we do have the war, or this is, no, that's a different war. This war is going to be popping off, and we see a lot. Humiliate Scandinavia, war reps, conquer Schleswig-Holstein. Very optimistic to be putting this in, but I guess it doesn't matter when you have, like, infinite infamy anyways, and so really gonna see a lot. They probably should have swayed people by offering stuff instead of just having people join. I think you can do that in the cut down to size CB. I'm not 100% sure, but they just have this. They probably should have swayed via other things. Spain started an open market diplo play against Burgundy. What? Ho ho ho! They're finally going to do it. Spain is going to give this province up. Yep, there we go. So that they can get in on Jing and finally enforce on Jing, which is very funny. I'm a little surprised Spain could start this. I guess Spain is decided to leave the other play. Because they've just... I mean, you're not winning this, so I guess Spain has left this play so that they can give Burgundy this. And I'm guessing Team 2 will not notice this, so they might get bent over a little bit, you know, in regards to just not fully appreciating what's going on. That this is coming in here. And Slava does pause. And that is the boho player. I'm wondering what this pause is over, because I don't think a new play... He has not joined a play. Or new play has not happened. So we maybe want to check and see if we're having technical difficulties here.
It's not so fast.
Are we having technical difficulties?
Yeah, his computer...
I'm just assigning my 15 fronts. Yeah, guess you can pause.
Okay.
Fine.
And there we go.
Alright. I let everyone know that 12 naval invasions as the most. I'm gonna save and restart. We're gonna try and do this.
In 7 minutes?
We have 19 minutes.
Okay.
Until the end of the session. I mean, like... I think Bohemia is getting enforced on, but it doesn't affect their GDP too much. I don't think they've annexed too much territory. They've just subjugated.
Yeah, I don't need to... Yeah, I didn't annex much previous player.
So, it's not going to absolutely nuke his GDP, but it does prevent unification. Which is kind of...
It doesn't really matter. We don't... The game's running so slow, we're not going to get anywhere. The war's not going to finish, even in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's like easier to just end this now.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to restart and ask everyone to hop in org, and then we'll talk about it there. Oh, yeah, the pacing is kind of... Welcome.
Welcome.
So, I'm guessing Boho is going to get enforced on here. This is also what I thought the secret was. What I suspected the surprise was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're just too scared of letting some Germany nonsense happen.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's probably... The game is going really slow now, though. So,
yeah.
Well,
we're gonna...
and Slapa is constantly lagging.
Yeah.
Slows the game down.
It's a huge storm outside, maybe that's why.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's... we're gonna try and continue this, but if we're gonna do it one more time, but if it's not going to... We're gonna cut it short if we get another drop, I think. Which means that we won't enforce on... Boho won't get enforced on, but I don't think the enforcement's too substantive anyways.
It's not. Yeah.
What's happening?
Alright, no one click anything when you get in until after everyone's in. Because I clicked start like a scrub.
Is that a problem? Does that change stuff?
I think it is.
It makes it so you desync more, is what someone told me.
Oh.
I believe it. Knowing Paradox.
So, like, let's put a bunch of buildings in the queue. Because they're loading into a game where there's not a bunch of buildings in the queue, and then you're on a game where there's a bunch of buildings in the queue. Right? Something like this.
I've seen it work.
I don't really know. But this game, I mean, it seems... The outcome seems pretty locked up at this point with this final war.
got 15
I don't think it
left.
changes anything.
Huh? I mean, it makes it so that nothing can be changed in that. So in that sense, it changes stuff. Right.
I'm getting a notification. There's a 3v3 divergences.
I mean, guys, you didn't notice, but the previous player started a war on the nation he can't get over to because he has bunch of protectorates between them. And like, I'm stuck in this permanent war with the German miners, with Rhineland. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking.
I saw that, and I was actually... I was thinking of swapping the nation and white piecing.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
But that is, yeah, not ideal. Maybe that's why he really left.
I mean, we're gonna white piece anyway, but it's gonna take like 10 years.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, I was considering joining myself. But if he started that war, then definitely, well, yeah, I don't know. That's tough. Chat generally doesn't like me interfering, and I generally don't like interfering.
Yeah, boo him, chat. Boo him when he interferes.
Yeah, you hear that, chat? Boos for Generalist. We'll see if anyone boos me. I don't think anyone will. It hasn't been that talkative the last little bit. It's been going slower. I think it's because the pace of game is slower that there's a little less chatter too.
Oh my god, we've had so many misplays.
I'm excited.
It's like crazy.
I'm being let down by my teammates.
Oh my, you're carrying us, Iron. There's just...
Is Iron... Who's playing Dual Monarchy?
Me.
I think you're doing good.
No.
No.
No?
Not even close.
What path did you take with Dual Monarchy?
I went French, and then
I mean,
they
did
released England anyway,
you catch the point where DM declared on Scandi on accident?
Oh, yes.
That was funny. I don't know why you guys didn't just back down to open the market.
Because we white pieced.
Yeah, but it's faster to just back down.
Same thing.
No, I mean you have to wait for the war to white
It's
piece.
70 days of difference.
Yeah.
Open whose market?
Yeah,
we didn't do anything in those 7 days.
Yeah, that's fine.
But opening the market, wouldn't that have like released him from the customs union that we have?
No, that would have given.
No. Free trade, just
it
get free trade.
gives free trade.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so maximum 12 landings per team. By the way.
All right.
So
Are we even gonna try naval invasion?
So when you say per team, is that per team 2 and team 3, or is that like one group versus the other?
Each grouping of 3 can have 12 naval invasions. If they want to distribute them other than 4 for each player, they can.
Okay.
But that's the max, and we're not doing this for...
Oh, who unpaused?
I accidentally hit the button, sorry.
Oh no. Well, because Spain isn't in yet. So that's gonna desync us.
So hard to just keep your
The
hands
classical
off.
paradox, rehorse simulator.
Well, we're gonna try it.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's not, but we're gonna try it on pause, and the next time we get a desync, we're just gonna be done with the sesh, I think. And then we'll.
Well, that was
in the game, so Bohemia doesn't get cut down to size.
Huh?
But it doesn't matter. I mean, they're the team the furthest behind, so they're not sabotaging.
I mean, it's gonna be other player making this time.
All right, we're gonna pause, or we're gonna unpause in a timely way, and you guys can
Come on,
go back
PD.
to your channels.
Come on, PD. You got this, PD. Stay in the game, kid.
No.
No. No.
No.
The prize. All right.
Who would have thought?
Who thought? It's just so fucking hard for people to keep their hands off the keyboard when putting into the game.
Who did that?
Tired Star.
I don't know.
Tired start. Negative generalist point for unpausing.
Yeah.
Minus points.
Wait,
Okay.
they lose points for unpausing. Let's go.
Oh no! Come on.
No, they don't.
Who was it? It was the Jing Scandi Japan team, right?
No,
Nobody
it was
else had
Tiger
anything.
Star. It was Burgundy.
No.
It was Tiger Star.
Okay, but no one but Scandi team would have to gain anything from it, so it must have been them. Just red.
Of course.
I think
Just
nobody
apply
gains
some
from it.
logic.
He makes
Okay,
sense.
I'm gonna get the final scores, and then I'm gonna try and ask you guys questions as a group at the start. What did you guys think of the day one Dow on
It is the
Bohemia?
third time I've seen it now. 3 games in a row. It was totally expected.
I think it's overall a bad strategy because, as we see, just the other team just won now because
In
Japan
general,
and China just get to expand for free while the other team is therefore.
Yep, that's kind of my
Thank you for
impression as
Shane
well.
intervening with me 3 times. Both of us gain nothing, we both lose.
I think the setup was just a little kind of weird because any team getting 2 GPs is just bonkers. So it's kind of weird with a 3.
You're gonna get it with 3 teams because there's 4 GPs.
Exactly. So it's tricky, but
Yeah.
taking Qing was not expected.
I actually think so. In vanilla, Qing is insane, and everyone sleeps on it. And I think to some degree, Jing is also insane, but it's really insane if Qing is
No.
unpicked.
Vanilla Qing is absolutely insane because you start unified with that massive population that you just.
Well, but every country is like half as weak in Divergences, and Jing is just half as weak. China.
No, Jing is half as weak and then cut into
No,
3
Jing
pieces.
is stronger in the metagame because you can brick wars.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still at war with Burgundy.
So what do people think of Burgundy being held hostage?
I think
That
it's
was
hilarious,
annoying after
but
a
it's
while.
coming to an end because Spain
I
conceded
see
over
that.
their port there. So after this death war, Burgundy's going to be able to go in and just slaughter them if we play this again next week.
I don't think we're gonna run it back next week, considering we already had players swap around.
Yeah. That was quite unfortunate today.
Who do you guys? So I was thinking Dual Monarchy was actually playing really well, but then you guys said no. So
if I had just taken a couple more provinces from Mughals, like, see they backed down and I only got the primary war. I should have moved them up to primary. I should have read more. If I hadn't lost Provence.
Losing Provence is pretty bad, because I was trying to think who the Generalist point should go to, but it looks like we have pretty cleanly. Team 2 is in first. They had 65 million GDP growth and 171.5%. Very, very tight on the percentage, by the way. Oh, I guess I should link this.
Yeah, could you post it? That'd be great.
Yeah, it's on the stream, but the percentage GDP growth was actually really tight together.
Yeah. I mean, it all come down to not being able to form Arcadia in time because we just lagged too much.
I mean,
thanks Venice. AI Venice.
I think even if you
And
form
Venice.
Arcadia, you're still gonna be. Oh, well, actually.
No, he
you
would have
decent
had another
growth.
15, 20 million GDP.
You still would have
It
been
would've been
second,
tremendous.
but you would have gotten more points.
I think
I had
if
one more
they
Indian
incorporate Castilians back, it's gonna be massive for them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If they didn't lose Castile, it would have been big. I mean, so much could have just pushed the dial. It was a really close game. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
We're within 9 percentage points from each other.
So, why did no one draft Qing?
Because Jing had already been selected.
Yeah.
That's the.
Jing is stronger than
Our-
Qing.
I
Our team was
understand that.
thinking about drafting it just because that way we could stop Jing from growing, but we decided against it.
Okay, because the similarities with how they play out are like still there. It's still like a huge growth country.
No,
And then-
Jing with Japan means that Qing just dies.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like,
If someone chose Qing, they'd have declared.
But it would have been Burgundy, Bohemia, Qing. You're really gonna Dow into Qing when they have Burgundy?
Yeah, because you got Scandi Japan with naval supremacy. Your market just dies from convoys being raided. You run out of supply.
Yeah, because it's 2 naval powers versus 1.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You need like really early war on Scandinavia with Bohemia, and then like take bunch of states, and then they like cut down the navy and build their own and shit.
By the way, I think of Scandinavia a bit like Austria with the big German reunification. like with Giga Germany, like Austria. You have to pick Scandinavia to form HRE.
That's probably true, but I think the Burgundy pick was fine. But
yeah, no, the Burgundy pick was fine, I think. It's... I think he even played it really nice, the two players. I'm sorry for you on Slava, because you just inherited this big cut down size in the way. It was not your doing.
Stuck in this stupid war with like shit ton of infamy.
Also, if you're gonna run up the infamy, you might as well be puppeting everyone. Like if you know you're gonna go
yes,
that high.
Like I don't know why he protectorated half of them. So half of them are puppeted, half of them protectorated.
Yeah, he was maybe trying to keep it under 100 and then gave up.
And there are like 40% radicalists in the Prague, in the main state, and like what the fuck is going on?
Okay. So I'm gonna talk to each team individually. You don't have to hang out, but I'm just gonna go through each team 1, 2, and 3. And so you guys can go back to your channels. If you want to hang out, you can. You don't have to. And I'm just gonna talk to each of them for like maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
Alright.
Or actually, before I do that, oh no, we lost one. Who do you guys think should get the Generalist point? Because I was thinking Dual Monarchy was playing alright, but then I was thinking probably Jing.
I am nominating very Jing, because the theory crafting and how it worked out in the end, it was like perfect.
Oh yeah, we had way more tricks up our sleeve that we weren't able to use.
Jing keeping Burgundy at war really held us back.
Yeah.
That was the plan.
The Burgundy initially didn't mind. They thought it was great for them, and I was like, I don't know. You just get to sit on your growth with Jing. Okay, I'm gonna go to... I'm gonna talk to each team individually. Yeah.
Alright.
I'll start with Team 1, I guess. So, wait, are these teams in the right rooms? Oh, Tired Star left. Okay. Right? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so Tired Star left, but what do you guys think of Bohemia or Burgundy being stuck in Jing holding them hostage?
For the first little bit, it was alright, but once things started happening to me in Bohemia, them not being able to do things while we were defending got really annoying.
Yeah. The like, initially, like, Jing does have to pay more money, because they already had guys mobilized, but then they got to just delete all their military and just full eco.
Guys, do you know that you have button demobilize?
You can't demobilize the conscripts.
Oh, I see. Like, did Jing use... If Jing deletes their military, they can delete conscripts. Because it's like innate thing in your country.
Yeah, you can't delete the conscripts. They deleted all their barracks, but they still had the conscripts raised. So they were paying for their conscripts the whole time, but their normal wages
just
pretty low.
Just demobilize generals instead of deleting them. I guess they have cheaper prices that way, but still weird.
Yeah, I don't think you can demobilize the conscripts, even then.
I mean, if they want to rebuild, like, 5 barracks is 450, it's like cost of factory, so rebuilding this quite hefty price. I know, up on them. I think it's a weird choice. It's still funny.
But they were stuck in a war that they couldn't fight.
Yeah.
So it seems fine to me.
I was out 6 million GDP from just being stupid.
What did you do?
Well, I joined that war against it.
Oh, you're the Spain player, right?
Just a minute.
Yeah, I thought that, I assume you're talking to someone else, but I'm going to talk for the stream. I thought that you joining the plays was, like, super 5-head as Spain, because you were, like, joining all these plays and, like, really thumbing people's pies, but I thought you were joining after they had used up all of their maneuvers only, and then you joined a play when they had, like, 30 or 40 maneuvers left, and then I was like, and then they released Castile on you.
Yeah, I didn't realize, because it was so close to the end of the diplomatic phase, I didn't think they would save that much.
Yeah. Well, they didn't have. They already put in a bunch of stuff, but there was nothing else to put in. I also thought it was a mistake that they were putting in so much, and then that's why I thought what you were doing was super smart. But then it looked less smart.
I was waiting until the end each time, and it just happened to work out that way.
Yeah.
But
any other thoughts? Yeah.
Like, kind of in the middle of the game, I got Viceroyalty of New Granada to help me against San Salvador by offering them an obligation, and by the end of the game I couldn't annex them because I had an obligation for them.
Yep.
You can absolve it.
No, they had an obligation on him.
Oh, why you... Wait.
He gave an obligation to the Viceroyalty so that they would join against Salvador, and then he couldn't annex them.
Unfortunate mistake.
Who did you annex to gain a bunch of Oh, okay, you annexed the one under Viceroyalty. Because I saw you just gain a ton of GDP somewhere, and I was trying to figure it out. But any other thoughts before I move on to Team 2?
Did you consider looking at the metric of not GDP but markets of the respective countries? Because Scandinavia has quite a big market, in Spain too.
I've thought about it, but that'd be really hard to quantify.
I mean, you can see it in game. I guess you could just write it down.
Yeah, but if I had to just, it won't show me the GDP of the entire market.
You can.
How is this?
You click on the corner, there is a number of your great power, right? You click there's a ledger. You select in the menu, there is a bunch of options. You select markets, and you get a list of markets based by their weekly GDP or something.
Oh, wait, okay, so where do I do this?
You
click on the ledger on the top left of the screen. You click on number to see the ledger, right, of countries.
Yeah.
Listed. And then you see on top of this there is a line, the green line, and that's 1 million options for different ledgers.
I didn't even notice there was a pull down here the entire time I played this.
I mean, yeah, they added a bunch of user interface. It's weird.
Okay, so you can sort by markets and do market GDP?
Yeah, you can see market GDP. Tab, like you're going to build a construction sector, it'll do it too.
It looks like the markets are super small.
It's weekly GDP, I guess.
Okay. So, well, that's interesting to know. Yeah, maybe we'll do a different one like that. I'll have to think on that, because that is something that rewards low infamy type play, which I wanted to do a low infamy session, so maybe that's a way to score the low infamy session. Alright, well, thank you for playing, guys. I'm going to move on to the next team, because I don't want to keep them waiting too long. I hope you guys had a fun game, and GG.
GG.
Alright, boys.
Hello. I think you did fine.
How's it going?
Hello.
So I was trying to figure out who I was going to give the Generalist point to, and I was thinking that Jing and Dual Monarchy did pretty well, except for the Dual Monarchy players listed a bunch of mistakes. So I'm probably going to give it to Jing, unless you think a player deserves it more than Jing, in particular, on your team.
We felt like Team 3 was really dragging their feet with the war.
That they were what?
That
they're really dragging their feet declaring the war.
Yeah.
Because we were just waiting for them to declare for like 2 years.
For the
random minor
Bohemia? Well, I mean, you didn't make a specific agreement with them.
Yeah, it was, but we also talked a lot with them before we said, okay, we want an agreement now. And then they kind of forward wrote us and they said, okay, we're gonna take this now because we need something written now. Because we also thought they just want to stall us to just, yeah, okay, we're gonna make this war, we make this war. And meanwhile, they're taking a lot of stuff. They were taking a lot of nominations and taking a lot of stuff in India.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Well,
that was a bit annoying.
Yeah,
that's fair, but you have to have a clear agreement. That's not they didn't do anything wrong by doing that.
That's not anything wrong. That was just something we
were annoyed about.
We were annoyed about that, yeah.
So who was playing on Jing again?
I was.
Yes.
Okay, so do you guys think that a different player on your team deserved the Generalist point more than the Jing player?
I definitely don't deserve it, and I definitely think TS deserved it.
Okay.
I also
let me just say that the theory crafting goes way further than what we've demonstrated.
I know there's a lot of tricks with Jing, like when I was taking a look at them, and I'm sure you found more.
You can brick more than one war with them.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna say how because.
Sure. I mean, you can force revs, but you don't have to tell me. Also, they were slow to use an ally to get a front, but they eventually did do it with Burgundy. But someone in chat pointed this out like an hour and a half ago that you could do this.
We expected them to do it.
Yeah.
They them antagonizing Team 3 made it really easy for us to
I was shocked that you guys were deploying up with Team 3, which is one of the reasons why I think a day 1 war is like potentially bad. Like in an objective sense it might be good, but just in a practical sense, if you piss off a team enough, they will sink you. And did you guys approach them with the idea, hey, we'll get you guys second place?
We were not specifically thinking that they see us that strong. I know we were in first place, but they also I think they still fought for first place and still wanted to dunk on them because just hating the guts out of Team
I think if they were playing for first, they should have went after you guys.
Yeah, that's true, but we weren't.
And if they did, we would have bricked their wars too, and then both of them would have been in. Our original the was to have both teams declare on us day 1, and then just brick their wars and keep them in the eternal war. But it didn't work out completely like that.
I mean, it would have been very funny if you had gotten all 3 stuck in the single war and held them hostage, because there's no way out if you have all 3.
Yeah.
Which is funny as hell. I was shocked that no one drafted Xing. I thought it was...
Well, that's why we picked Jing first pick.
Yeah, no, I think we talked about this before, where it was like, I said that the Jing first pick, I'm not sure about it, but if no one picks Xing because of it, it's insane. That's what happened.
How did the pool, like the viewers, said how good was the draft from?
They thought Team 1 won the draft.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
Yeah. Someone thinks that Aragon should be given the individual performance award. So I might have to have a talk with them and hear them defend it. But I think that you guys came up with the good strategies. Did you release that as a subject, or was that an accident? Is it a bug or an accident?
Released it as a subject, but for some reason it was a protectorate. I was already recognized by that time, so I don't know why.
Someone in chat, I think, said that if you release an unrecognized state as a recognized power, it releases not as a subject. But it's a bug.
They were a protectorate, so it was still fine. We could still trade with them. And by the way, it never happened that other Chinese miners declared on Jing. So that was completely improvised that I Dominion.
In retrospect, that makes a lot of sense. And at the time, it didn't make sense, but then I realized you were trying to not occupy any coast.
Yeah.
And so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I am going to thank you guys for the game. Thanks for playing. Yeah. I'm going to join in on the next team and hear their thoughts.
Godspeed.
Thank you.
I want to
liberate England.
All right. So, someone in chat thinks that, so currently the Generalist point is kind of up between Jing and Aragon. Someone in the chat thinks that Aragon should get the Generalist point. I kind of think Jing should get the Generalist point, but I'm willing to hear a defense of Aragon if that's what you guys want to.
I think Aragon made the fewest mistakes out of any player in the
Aragon,
honestly.
They did double their GDP. In terms of percentage growth.
I don't know that Jing made any mistakes.
I was looking at their eco in-game, and I was liking the way they were organizing it.
Them deleting their army was a really good move after locking themselves in.
Yep.
But, and this is just me here, I thought we were playing next week as well. I expect this to go a second week.
that does change. Yeah.
That
well,
was
so
not clear to me.
the problem is I can't get players to come back. I would love to run 2-week games. I can't get people to come back for like. We also had people like leave. I think we had 2 leaves mid-game that we had to replace, right?
I mean, one did show up and one left mid-game, yeah.
Okay, that's yeah.
But it was just the one nation too. It was all in the same nation.
I mean, maybe there are other people willing to keep playing the safe.
I mean,
I think it would be funny too.
I can try and run it, but the problem is I don't get a lot of signups if I say we're gonna do the same one next week.
I see.
And so last week we didn't fire because I didn't get enough signups.
Yeah, okay, that's the problem then.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, no,
that's...
I would not have researched any of the society tech if I'd known we were not going back next week, whatsoever.
Yeah, that would change the strategy. I mean, I can ask and see if we can maybe get everyone to come around, but the status quo is going to be starting a new game on next week.
It's an interesting format.
It is an interesting format. I just wasn't prepared for it.
Right. To be fair, everyone else here is coming with much more experience in 3v3v3, and you guys are coming with the Divergences experience.
Or just a more general, like big 50-20 people MP lobbies. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah, more RP like kind of oriented lobbies where like people aren't.
Just multiple sessions. Just multiple sessions.
Yeah, we play every week. We play campaign through.
Yeah.
Until it's unplayable.
Yeah, so we more used. We just more used to try and build nations that are like not just good in 20 years, but exceptionally good in 50 years.
Yeah. Do you think anyone made any huge mistakes on that front?
Burgundy going in so hard this early really hampers their ability to snowball.
They had very little GDP growth.
Yeah.
They didn't gain much from the war. They should have just taken more provinces from me as opposed to just like releasing England.
They might have been trying to stay under 100 infamy.
In vanilla, what's the point?
Yeah, there's no need for it.
Penalty.
You can getting cut down to size is pretty significant in this format.
But I feel like if
we're only able to do that because France is still intact. If France was not intact, Burgundy, Bohemia could not be stopped by Scandinavia, Japan.
Yeah.
I mean that, and I think if you just want to quote unquote kill that player, you don't need to cut down to size. Like you can just release Netherlands and take Picardy from Burgundy, and they're dead. So they have no coast access anymore.
Actually inferior for anyone who doesn't have a shitload of puppets. Like it's better on Bohemia because they got a shitload of puppets that they'll lose.
Yeah.
But with Burgundy, you're better off just releasing Netherlands, especially since Mover's capital.
What happens when they release Netherlands as a subject? It just same thing with what happened with England, right? Where it just this is a bug.
Get released. It does not get released as a subject. It gets released as an independent nation.
This is a
blocks
bug.
Market access.
Yeah. It does. This is a bug,
you can
though.
do that mid-war? That's
what is.
Yeah, you can.
Oh. That is an exploit.
Anyway, we do those here. What did you guys think of the early Jing draft pick?
We think it was pretty.
Draft
form, it was pretty troll. We think.
We thought.
You think the draft? Wait, what did you?
With the mindset of playing multiple sessions.
You think the Jing early pick is troll?
A little bit. At this format, yeah, because this way you give just all the GPs away potentially. Like they could have potentially not getting any of the GPs in Europe.
Yeah, and then they couldn't have gotten recognition.
Well, they would have just gotten murdered by any team that wants to take any part of China too. I mean, they got Scandinavia, which is one of the weaker GPs, and they can't protect against.
But we could have taken it, so if we would have taken it, they would have been screwed, I think, in hindsight.
I was a little surprised you guys picked Belgian Confederation over Scandinavia.
Pretty good, because they can build ammunition.
We were planning longer term. They're better long term.
Yeah.
Belgian DM is just a very good combo, because DM has so many unemployed pops at GameStart that can just settle the pampas of Arcadia.
That makes a lot of sense. A lot of the 3v3v3 players were spooked about DM because they broke apart when they play tested.
No. I mean, it's preventable if you just pick English or French.
Yeah, but
I picked French, knowing that they would try and release England.
Yeah, this is what I think the strategy is, and yeah. Did you consider moving your capital to home counties?
There's no way to. There's nowhere to move it that's good. I mean,
That's
you would
fair
have just
enough.
naval invaded, and it would have been the same result.
I mean, if you move it to home counties, they can just release France instead, which is worse.
Yeah. Well, I think you have more English pops. Because when they release France, doesn't it not release Occitania?
No, you have more French pops.
Okay.
You have more French pops, and English pops are also discriminated at game start.
Well, but if you pick the other one, doesn't it not discriminate your other pop anymore? If you pick English, then you discriminate French, and if you pick French, you discriminate English. No.
They're both discriminated at start.
But when you pick the event.
Oh, when you complete it?
I thought when you just pick one route, it stops discriminating against one or the other. No? Okay.
It's still by primary culture, which, as far as I know, means under national supremacy, French and Anglo are accepted and English is discriminated.
Okay. Oh, just always? Okay.
Which is fine, because that's where the most unemployment is, and they can move to Belgium.
But
exactly.
I think in tandem with Burgundy's decision to just go ham on us, it's like they were Team 2 was the weakest because they didn't have an actual.
Yeah, the military was very weak.
The military
like
they had
Bohemia
they were
and-
planning on just bricking wars as a form of defense.
Yeah, but I still think like picking Jing this early, like other people can also just pick Qing, right? When if they pick Qing and a good military power, it might just completely backfire.
Well, I thought that Qing should have been picked over Spain. And I think that
I
probably
think Spain was a better pick.
I think it probably should have been picked over Aragon as well. To be fair.
I mean, if their plan was to fight us, then they wouldn't have picked. Jing.
Yeah, I would have picked Spain if I'd known we were just doing the one session. They have better short-term prospects.
You would have picked Spain?
Aragon starts in a much better place law-wise, and they start with good access to Italy.
Yes.
But that splits the focus into too many fronts to cover if there's a Spain player that joins in on every single Diplo play.
I thought that was super 5-head until I realized he was joining when you still had maneuvers left. I thought he was just waiting for you to spend all your maneuvers and then joining. And I thought it was brilliant.
No, he was just joining the moment he saw the Diplo place. And so I baited him in with Tunis. I declared on Tunis because I saw that Spain was the only one of the Burgundy team that could join. And he had immediately joined on the other two. So I only did Tunis, no other war goals, waited for him to join, then hit Liberate Castile.
Yep. Makes sense.
Tunis was a complete bait.
But I think for you guys, now that you say it, I think Qing makes a lot of sense instead of Spain for Team 1, I think. Because if you have Bohemia Burgundy, there's no other team that can really just oppose you 1v1. Like, that's team versus team. So if you just have Qing and Burgundy, you just smash Qing.
Well, I think that...
and you smash Scandi.
Coming from the perspective of playing more of these 3v3 v3s, the growth potential of Qing is enormous in terms of just raw GDP. It won't translate to military capacity, which is like I think often what makes people feel that the thing is powerful. But since the game is scored on GDP growth, it's like the Qing and both in vanilla and in this should be valued way higher based on the scoring.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I mean. If you pick it with Qing, then you can just beat Qing. So I don't think the Qing first pick was good. That's
yeah.
Neither was the Spain pick. It makes you super weak because you're not getting a GP. You're not picking a strong GP and sculpting your picks around that.
So they could have gotten Jing, Belgian Confed, and Japan instead.
That's also very weak militarily.
That's what I was.
No GP?
Well, but this is what they would have gotten if you guys picked Scandinavia.
Yeah. That's true.
It could have gone well if we went Scandinavia and Bohemia.
Yeah, I think
that's nice because they're connected.
That's kind of what I thought you guys would pick.
We didn't want to do that because then we give Burgundy DM to the same team. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why we pick them, honestly.
Yeah, we just went like, there's no way we're gonna have one team have DM and Burgundy.
The Jing first pick kind of forced us into
some of the 3v3 v3 players don't even. They think that DM is unpickable.
Pretty crazy.
That's ridiculous.
They don't know how to not avoid breaking it up. But like, even if it breaks up and you just have France, that's not terrible.
Right.
It's you're still.
If you're only playing the one session, it's not going to break up because you'll finish the session before port collapse.
That too.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to think about this. In terms
even
of
so, you just fight the war and you win. I mean, somebody can join the play, I suppose.
See, I really want to not fire, but I also really want to run sessions multiple, or run multiple sessions, and so it's like it's rough.
Well, you have us three and PD play every Saturday in the morning on our server.
Right.
And then so that's half. That is half a game right there. So if you can get 5 other people, we can load this save back up.
Okay. I will have a thought, but probably wouldn't. I'll have to think about it. Do you guys think that Aragon should have gotten? I think we already discussed this. The generalist point over.
I think we got halfway through it and then kind of meandered off.
Yeah.
I
I
think
don't really
didn't
know
make
what
any
Jing
mistakes,
did.
but they didn't have any pressure to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, well, but that was the strategy too. Like, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Instead,
I think it only worked because Burgundy team was so hyper fixated on us.
Yeah.
And
Well,
by the time Spain got around to getting that port to get access for Burgundy,
yeah, they were slow.
It was way too late.
But it was definitely way too late. But the like, I'm not sure how you think Jing should like have played differently there then.
No, I personally just don't know what they did really. Like, they did the funny play with the Eternal War, sure. I mean,
it didn't really
did they
cost
do
anything
anything else?
though.
Did they do anything else?
Anything.
I mean, like, I looked at a lot of the players' economies, and I think that they organized their economy relatively well. They were also, like, the strategy involved. Also, I think it was a miss from you guys to not work together with Team 1 instead, and so, like, I think they get more Diplo points.
That's true. I also think, like, in the end, I was like, wait, why are we cutting Bohemia down?
They just immediately declared on us and joined all of our wars. You can't work with somebody who's intent on killing you.
Well, this is fair enough, which is why I think Team 1 might have made a mistake, but if you guys are playing for first place, you have to try with the third and second place team.
Yeah, I know. We came so close, though. I mean, we're within, like, what, 3-5 percentage points of them? That's, like, 2 provinces. If we had formed Arcadia, we would have blasted them out of the water.
It scores, nominal growth is scored higher than percentage, or is more heavily weighted.
Really?
Yeah. Which is something that some players think should be changed, and I've been considering changing it, but currently nominal is scored higher.
I mean, I don't have any gripes with that, but if we had just a couple more provinces in India, if I hadn't,
you would have, you would have hit the percentage.
If we had formed Arcadia, then if we had formed Arcadia, absolutely. But Venice, siding with Plantagenet in the beginning, totally jammed us up while I was.
That was so bad.
With the war, I mean, we got a little unlucky, but I think we played really well overall.
I think you guys did fine. I think the Burgundy decided to force the issue, and there's not much you can do about it. I don't think you win that war. I think you probably should have capitulated faster or earlier. If you're already going to lose the war, you don't want to accrue a bunch of devastation. And
I guess he just commit less, but he made Burgundy commit super hard, and that's probably worth it.
Yeah, but it isn't a 1v1. But in a 3v3v3, you both exhausting resources favors the third team.
It did, but that was on Burgundy.
No, but you could have capitulated earlier, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that would have helped them as much as it helped us, so it's like a deadweight loss.
Yeah.
But you accrue less devastation and you spend less. It's not zero sum though, because it's not. There's more than 2 players, so it's not zero sum. If there's just 2 players, it's zero sum.
That just comes out to aid Burgundy in the long run more, because France still loses. Burgundy spends less, so Burgundy's ready to go out the gate. They can snowball faster.
They can go after Team 3 faster.
But I think that it aids Burgundy less than continuing to fight aids Team 2.
Okay.
I don't necessarily agree, but also I'm not experienced in the
format. I don't know how we're going to quantify this.
No, I mean there's not a very good.
Maybe
there's not necessarily.
I don't know. On the Qing thing, they didn't build all the iron mines in the big iron mine?
No,
Excuse
they. I think that
they split it. They split it.
They
built
split it
39 and out of 39, and they built 38 out of 96.
This is probably preferable, considering
I
they're.
don't agree.
Considering they are doing resource manufacturers on both, they're doing encouraged resource industries on both provinces,
Right.
and their cap is not 51. There's no way they have a 51 cap, and this makes you more resilient to getting stuff.
No.
released.
I see. Again, I'm used to way later in the game. Infrastructure.
Yeah,
they don't have railroads yet. That makes perfect
They
sense.
also don't have railroads, which is, I believe, they're in each of these states. They're encouraging resource industries and doing road maintenance.
Yeah.
And they were also building high in Sichuan, same thing, encourage resource and road maintenance. And they were building out the logging and the coal there.
He came in and asked us to buy iron, and then came in a little bit later and said, "Can you stop buying iron? I need it."
Yeah, you were like, "No, I'm not
told him
doing
no.
that."
I told him no. He told us to buy iron because he had so much.
Yeah, he was trying to specialize, and then he turned on his iron frame construction, and then he cried.
I mean, if I could have sat there the whole time and not have had to expand at all, I think my expansion would have been great too. But I didn't.
I think that
I knew I had to.
I think that their overall strategy was strong, was a big part of it, which is not like an execution thing. But
I would say in your format, Jing did better.
Yeah. I mean, I still think it comes down to they picked Jing first pick and nobody picked Qing to punish them for it.
So I had this discussion with them. I said I think Jing is not a good first pick, but if it makes it so no one picks Qing, then it's insane. I had this exact conversation with them. It's like, I really don't know about if it's first pickable, but like it's insane if no one picks Qing.
I like it as a second pick with a military first pick.
This makes sense. They just wanted to lock it in and then hope to wield the military, which they did. So,
I mean, of course they were going to. Well, I mean, we didn't pick Scandi.
Yeah.
I mean, if Team 1 picked, they should have picked Qing instead of Spain, IMO. If they picked Qing instead of Spain, they would have probably won.
I think they should have picked Qing instead of Spain as well. I also think that you guys maybe should have picked Scandinavia instead of Confed, but I also really don't know. I'm not very confident in that.
We were focusing on our build where, all of the excess unemployed pops from Burgundy would be able to be
that makes sense.
Advantage of and form Arcadia with the formable there. So
if you had
weren't able to pull it off.
If you had gotten dual monarchy Scandinavia and then wielded the decision between Aragon and Lotharingia, which one would you have picked?
Probably Aragon still.
Okay, that's kind of what I think, but it's
much stronger. It has potential too. There's not much GDP to be gained in South America. I don't think.
No, there's not.
Play either.
As a percentage, there is.
It's
you can pretty easily go 300%.
But
there's just no military help from them.
Yeah, the idea it's the same strategy as the Belgian Confed, but you don't start out with skirmish like you do with the Belgian Confed. Also, Belgian Confed with Qing is also pretty nice because you can feed the Belgian Confed.
Not until you get
Chinese
multiculti. They're discriminated, so they won't migrate to Belgium.
Oh no, I understand, but you just take a Chinese province, a single. Well, I guess it doesn't. You don't really need Qing.
They still won't leave because of the.
No. I'm not talking about leaving. I'm talking about having a level 100 conscription center.
Yeah.
With plus 10% offense and defense.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but then you have to be able to pay for it.
Yeah, that's the problem. But you'd also rather the overseas pops die than your homeland pops.
I mean, if it's one session, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's very good because you can also just puppet Qingchu as Belgian, and then you get the Chinese migrating there.
Yeah.
And then you can annex them later. Basically the same thing.
But you could also just take Beijing. No one took Beijing. I was shocked.
Yeah, me too.
They didn't want to have access to the sea. They wanted Jing to be landlocked.
I know why Jing didn't take it, but no one else took it.
Yeah, but they wanted the same thing for the rest of the team, so that Burgundy couldn't land and then march into Jing.
Well, they could just not join the wars.
Not if Bohemia or Burgundy or Spain declared on them and called in Burgundy.
Yeah, in retrospect, we probably should have declared a war in Asia, just because, I mean, Japan
I never had enough navy to land
Yeah,
out there.
neither did I. I lost it all to
You're allowed to multi-land.
Yeah. But even still, you have to have. If you don't have enough ships for the troops you're sending, you gain a massive penalty to your offense, so you just won't land.
No, you just if you land with 5 navies simultaneously,
you still have to fight battles.
You can no, you don't.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Don't.
You
if not if they don't have spare troops. If the troops are all under the same generals and they don't have any troops left because all the troops are engaged in the other battles, you just land.
But if they're in garrison in the Qing node, let's see how many troops does Qing have here.
You just land unless it's a function of combat width. But you can almost always land Manchuria.
Yeah, so they have 60 battalions under 3 generals here. You have to have enough ships, enough flotillas to do that.
I'm telling you can do it with 5 navies.
I mean, that's the fun. You don't need the boats, you need the admirals. If you just have 10 boats and 10 admirals, you just spam 10 naval invasions and you're there.
Yep.
That's how the game works, so which is why we have rules against that in the normal MPs era.
Yep. That is why there are rules against it in most MPs.
Because it's just a very frustrating mechanic.
It's the generals cannot reassign to new combats, and so you just will get your first landing will be against 200 guys, and then your second will be against 50, and then your last one gets in free.
Yep.
My experience has been to the contrary. Of you'll still have 6 or 7.
With China specifically, you do need you generally need 5+ because they have so many battalions, but it's the same principle. But you can, even with 3 to 4, you can always land Manchuria in vanilla.
I'm heading out, guys.
And then
Bye.
And then once you land Manchuria, they will divert all their troops up, and then you re-land in Beijing. Is how you do it in vanilla. I think Qing has less.
But the naval invasion takes so fucking long.
It does take a long time. That is fair enough.
You'll lose 25% war support in the time frame of getting a naval invasion from day 1 to actually landing.
Yeah, but they'll ask war reps on you, so they'll never enforce.
True.
For Qing. I mean, if you guys wanted to expand in China, if you hover the GDP and you look at the provinces are worth an insane amount of GDP, which is why it was smart you guys were taking
Bengal and stuff.
Yeah, those are the highest GDP expansions outside of China. And also, there's only a few Chinese ones that are worth more than South Bengal, if I recall correctly.
Not many.
Yeah, I think it's, well, so Jiangxi is worth the most out of anyone, and then after that, I think there's maybe 1 or 2, but that's it. Shaanxi is obviously more valuable, and maybe Sichuan is, but Bengal has, more than 20 wood, I think? 23? So.
Curious.
Yeah.
Qing were to turn off porcelain.
Yeah, I did not actually realize that New England or Belgium, the northern state they start with, has 28 logging camps.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It's absolutely insane.
Oh, God, that is stupid. I am not a... Because it's Philippia, because they just combine all this stuff. I'm not a fan of just juicing the living shit out of, this is a part of the mod I don't like, where you just add so much resources to the Belgian Confed when it's already one of the most resource-dense places in the game.
It's not so much that they're added as it's just rebalanced, just because they redrew all the states.
It is more.
It's in vanilla, the states are just really small here now.
Yes, but
there's more coal. There's not a whole lot else that there's more of.
I think there's more iron. I haven't.
I mean, I can't quantify it. I can't.
Yeah,
I haven't looked at Philippia specifically, or I haven't looked specifically. But also having, it is so much better to have 1 level 28 logging camp than it is 4 level 7 logging camps, even though it's the same amount of camps because the throughput.
It comes out to 2 or 3 more logging camps.
Yeah, and the state right behind it has 23 as well.
It comes out to 5 more logging camps.
Oh, and they all have the extra hardwood output too.
Yeah, well, they're all you're gonna have a throughput of 27 instead of a throughput of 6. on the juice.
Yeah, but you'll have 6 4 times over.
Yeah. No, it'll be 6.
And when you're talking 10 or 15% of 30, yeah, okay, it's like 4.
Yeah.
Which is it's free stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like, oh my god, so much better. It'll come out to like 20 or 30 wood, which is negligible. Especially in this early format. Like the outside of China, DM and Burgundy, you just won't have the construction to build more than 1 or 2 to actually more than 1 or 2 resource buildings to actually use the economy of scale.
I think you could build, if you focused in Philip, you could probably have built it up to 28.
Oh, absolutely, but then you wouldn't have built anywhere else either.
Which is fine.
Right, but you're.
I mean, we're
talking
we're
talking 1K a week, 52K for a year, so 0.05 million GDP.
I mean, I have to add to that very importantly that I couldn't just do that. I had to build the ammunition and the chemical plants because I was the only one able to do it.
I mean, that's I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say that the resources in Belgian Confed are better than vanilla when vanilla already has insane resources in the area.
Absolutely.
That's like, I'm not trying to comment on the quality of play.
Yeah. No, I just said like I couldn't build 28 logging camps there.
Yeah, but that comes back to there's a shitload more resources here, but when are you ever going to build 300 coal mines in a single session, starting from the beginning?
No, you're never going to build 300.
Never. It was not
a. Well, I think the 28 logging camps is meaningful.
The 28 logging camps is the
not,
exception.
Yeah,
that would be a notable exception.
But like other than that, I don't think it's. Also, this session probably could have gone 5 to 6 years longer if like we didn't have technical difficulties and this sort of thing.
Yep.
Which is,
oh well.
Yeah, basically. So
thanks for hosting.
Yep. Thank you guys for playing. It was entertaining. It was entertaining to watch. Also, how you guys played differently and you had different opinions on the dual monarchy was neat.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna outro the stream. GG's.
GG.
And you guys have a good one.
Fun times.
What's that?
Yep. Very fun times.
Yeah, it was. All right. Toodaloo.
Bye.
All right, and I think that's going to be it for us. We have, in first place, we had the Jing Scandinavia Japan team, who I thought this was very entertaining to watch this strategy, and they had a continued strategy for, in particular, trying to brick the wars. We had, in second place, we had Dual Monarchy, Belgium, and Aragon, who we just talked to, and they were looking to maybe play another session. I'm not sure if we'll be able to do this. What the status quo will be is if you are interested in playing... I guess I gotta catch up with the chat. Sorry, guys. I was kind of like focused on talking to those guys. But if you're interested in playing next week, oh shoot. I don't have a Lord of the Rings phrase prepared. Comment potatoes in LFG if you are interested in playing next week. The plan for next week is going to be doing another session on vanilla. We're doing a new session on vanilla. I will maybe talk to these players, and maybe if we can get everyone organized, we will run a second session of this, but this is not going to be the main plan. I want to make sure we have enough players for next week, and so if you are interested, comment potatoes in the LFG section on the Discord, which you can find. Castile, my beloved. A 2-week game would be preferable, but it's time for me to respond to all these. Aragon did really well. You can sub for next week if needed. It will be... Well, we will see what... if you can sub for next week, then maybe that will be... Maybe we'll try and run it back. I'm going to see kind of where everyone's at and this sort of stuff. But currently, that's the plan is to start a new game and comment potatoes in LFG if you want to join. Mod suggestion would be more than welcome. Is there any interesting country in West Africa like Sokoto? Not in particular. Even like Mossy can't form Mali, which I found disappointing. I was kind of looking for any of this. Not as far as I know. You do get to kind of make Ethiopia kind of early on. check. Only having conscriptions and low equipment and low wages. Oh man, I don't know exactly what that was in response to, but my guess would be like over here, like how much this costs. These guys in particular, how much are they paying for this? I don't know exactly how to check how much they're paying, but they are on irregulars and this, and so they're just paying the wages, and it's not too tremendous, and they don't have full conscription, and so it's probably okay. A different mod would be cool. So far I haven't found a mod that I really like other than this. They talk about convoys and they push you out because of attrition. This was talking about this whole scrum. That makes sense. I mean, my intuition for like everyone's power level is not very strong in this format, you know, because I'm not yeah. By the way, we didn't need to have a navy on Jing because the other players instaged the trade outs. That makes sense. Certainly. Also funny that they took the gold and it was uncomfortable for you. This phrase shall not pass. That is a good one for next time, but this one, it will be potatoes. Potatoes. If you want to join, the plan will be running a vanilla. If we don't run vanilla and you signed up for this week, you will be rolled over for the following week and given priority. Priority will be given to players who haven't played, looking to have, you know, new faces as much as possible and give people opportunities to play if you're interested in playing this sort of thing. And other than that, I think we're going to outro this stream now. You know, have a good one, you guys. This game was super interesting. Saw a lot of violence at the start. I'm not sure if it's good. It's probably okay. I want to see more of this type of strategy to see if it works. You know, the very first session we played was hyper passive. No one fought each other. I think that's wrong. I think day one-ing is maybe wrong as well. But you have this military advantage currently, and if you are going to fight dual monarchy and you're expecting them to go skirmish infantry like as their first research, I guess you just want to do it at the outset. And so like I don't necessarily hate it, but the third team benefits when you PvP unless you can get a 6v3, right? And so I think in general you want to identify the problem, team up with the other team, and then stomp out the problem so that you both bear the cost of decapping the strongest player. In the week 3 game, you couldn't enforce against Qing as Prussia because of that, because of lack of convoys. Yeah, Qing is a little bit more difficult. Vanilla Qing, you do have to come in through Manchuria most of the time because there is too much... They have too big a military. They have like 300, 400 battalions, so that you either have to land with like 5 to 7 if you're just going straight into Beijing, or you have to land 5 or 7 different navies, or you have to land up in Manchuria, and then when they pile on there, then you can re-land in Beijing. And the idea is you're trying to re-land before you get forced out because you don't have enough convoys, but you do need to, specifically if you're playing Prussia, which has almost nothing in terms of navy, you will need to build up more convoys generally to kind of enforce, which is kind of a thing. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. After I use the restroom, I will probably be back answering any questions or this sort of stuff in chat. But I think we're going to call it a day here. Remember, potatoes in the LFG section if you want to join next week, where we will be playing vanilla, although I will try and discuss with these people. I think in general, you know, people would rather see another game. Let's actually pull chat right now before we go. Or start a poll in chat and we can keep it there. Whether people would like to see next week continue game or new game. But this is non-binding. The plan, I want to reiterate, will be starting a new game, but I just wanted to see what people think, you know, in terms of what they're rather interested in, and we can ask the community, because we did have a little bit of trouble getting off the ground when we thought we were going to have a continued game, and then we did not. Also, really fun to showcase this mod a little bit. You know, I think that it is... a very interesting mod. I think it's more well-balanced. I think it's a possibility we eventually move towards mainly playing on this mod, because I think it is much more well-balanced for 3v3v3, but I also think the 3v3v3 format tends to try and, or I think it tends to balance stuff out. We will see though, because so far it has seemed, in particular, Jing in this and Xing in vanilla have overperformed, and so we will see how that works out or what shapes up with that. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. I think the poll will stay open even after I end the stream, so I will be consulting the poll after that. But you guys have a good day. Happy Saturday. Everyone stay safe out there. Practice safe conquests. And have a good one. Boop, end the stream.